Hello. Turn down the lights and get comfy. 6 true, spooky stories are about to begin. If you like calm, creepy nights, please subscribe and tap the bell so you never miss one. Stay to the end, the last part stays with you. Story number 1. The off-season stationed him in a park that felt both enormous and somehow attentive, as if the ridgelines leaned in to listen. He was a maintenance tech with a borrowed radio and a key ring that chimed like wind chimes when he walked. Most of the trailheads were silent by October, and the campgrounds looked like skeletal neighborhoods. Empty slots, fire rings with ash like chalk, picnic tables, silvered by frost. He swept leaves from a porch that no one would step on until spring, tightened bolts on gate hinges, and tugged on ropes at the boat launch to make sure the buoys stayed put. The radio was more company than tool, a faint hiss half the day, a comfort in case anybody happened to call. It started at dusk on the 4th evening, when the light had a pewter color to it, and the air turned to glass. The radio breathed, a small crackle, and a voice he didn't recognize said, "Tower 3. Do you read?" Crisp, like it came from somewhere high and cold. He frowned but didn't answer. He'd been told the towers were shut. The map at the office showed only 2 towers maintained. What the older staff called Tower 3 had burned decades ago, struck by lightning in a summer of merciless storms. Only a concrete slab remained up on a shoulder of the mountain, laced with sweet fern and blueberries that must have been spectacular in July. The voice came again. Just that same question, like a line thrown and held taut. "Tower 3, do you read?" When nothing answered, it fell quiet, and the radio went back to its whisper of static. He clicked it off, then on again. The hiss reflected the wind moving along the porch rail. Somewhere, a crow made a sound like a hinge. He mentioned it over coffee the next morning in a casual way, and the ranger who stopped in for a clipboard and a handful of granola bars shook her head. "No transmitters on that ridge anymore," she said, "and no one with that call sign. You probably picked up a skip. Weather does odd things to radio." He accepted that, and yet the tone of the voice felt too local, like breath on cold air. That evening, the voice returned. "Tower 3, do you read?" Then a pause. "If anyone? Copy?" Polite, almost patient. After the second night, he tried to transmit. "No Tower 3. Over." His words went out into the mountain and didn't come back. The next day, he had to haul a box of new bulbs up the ridge to replace warning lights along the service road. He took the long route that contoured under the burned tower site, because the map was a map and the instructions were clear. Maintenance stops at the gate to the old spur. But the spur looked less forbidden than neglected. The chain across it had been strung with a small aluminum diamond years ago, now blank, the stencil washed away. He had time. The box wasn't heavy. He walked up through mountain laurel and another kind of silence, the kind where sound feels padded. The ground gave under his boots like the back of an old sofa. The concrete had cracked into fractions, and in the middle stood a low square of knee-high walls in a ghostly outline of what had been, with a rusted metal ladder rising into air and ending, the impression of a staircase that wasn't there. He ran his fingers along the concrete and felt iron bones inside it. A good place to stand, he thought. The sky seemed nearer. He let the radio hang loose and listened. Nothing. Only wind. A hawk far out over the valley made a long, slow figure 8 that never touched its center. On the way down, his radio chirped and picked up a burst of words as if someone leaned too close to a mic. The vowels were wobbly at first and then sharpened. "Tower 3, copy, if anyone hears." The voice sounded tired now, as if it had been speaking for hours. He spoke back. "Steady. This is maintenance on Ridge Road. There is no Tower 3. Over." A hiss, like someone drawing in breath to steady themselves. Then a phrase, faint. "Please, keep talking. That's not how radio calls go. There are scripts and grains of etiquette." He stopped mid-trail and took the radio off his belt. "Who is this?" he asked. Nothing. He tried again. "Who is this and where?" A low sound that might have been the tail of a word. He stood there long enough to feel the evening leak in, and then he kept walking. Slower now. That night tasted of tin. He couldn't sit still. He walked the porch and watched his breath and thought about the ladder to nowhere and the patience of that request. Please keep talking. He understood the shape of the favor. It wasn't about information. It was about not being alone in a high place. He brought the radio inside, set it on the windowsill near his bed, and let it breathe. Midnight collected like dew across the floor. He must have drifted because he woke to the radio speaking his name. Not his dead name, not a misheard thing, but his name as someone would say it in a room to get him to turn. It was not possible. And it arrived in his chest as a small, precise cold. He swallowed, leaned on his elbows, and said, "Who is calling?" The voice didn't answer with a name. It said, "You have the keys." He did have keys. A ridiculous bouquet of them. To what? He asked. The voice didn't know either. It was as though the speaker had been given a slip of paper with one sentence, and then the line had gone dark. Morning made sense again. He told himself the thing people might tell themselves in that situation. Fatigue makes odd harmonics in the brain. He went to work and replaced lights and tightened a latch. In the afternoon, he found a drafty station door that rattled in wind, and fixed it with a bit of rope and a knot his grandfather had taught him, the one that never slipped even on wet wood. It was good to make sound things sound again. He put his keys down and the ring sighed on the desk, heavy as a hand. He realized he had never asked the ranger whether there had ever been a relay or repeater up by the old tower. He made a mental note to ask, and forgot it the second he stepped outside into the cold that felt like folded paper. Another evening fell, soft and exact. The radio cracked with a small tick, as if nudged. Tower 3. Do you read? He breathed out and answered, I hear you. There was relief on the other end, not loud, not dramatic, just the sound of someone easing into a chair. Copy, said the voice. Copy, he answered. They sat with the leash between them. He learned nothing for a long while. The speaker did not give a name, and he didn't ask any more. He made small talk the way one does in elevators or at a late shift. The temperature where he was, whether the stars were out. The voice described a wind that sounded like a thread pulled through cloth. Steady. So steady that even silence sounded like it when they stopped talking. Every now and then the voice would say something that unsettled gently, not because it was frightening, but because it felt unmoored from the present. The lantern glass is cold. Or, the stairs shiver when I lean. He checked the empty tower again in daylight, as if proof could live in noon that could not live in night. The foundation had no footprints but his. He stood by the ladder and looked down the mountain, and thought of words that felt like stones placed in a line. Anchor, ground, here. When he went to leave, he saw something in a crack of concrete that caught light. He knelt and pried it free with a key. It was a coin, old enough that one edge had dissolved into a soft almond shape. The year was rubbed to invisibility. He slipped it in his pocket like a small round promise. On the 5th night, the voice asked him to describe the road up, how many bends, what shape of trees, where the rock wore a seam. He hesitated, then did. He felt foolish and a little disloyal, as if he was telling a secret to someone he could not see. The voice repeated his words quietly, as though touching each one, not to memorize it, but to feel its weight. 2 switchbacks, it said. A long curve by the ledge, and a birch with 3 trunks. He dreamed that night of walking up to the tower, and finding a second set of footprints parallel to his. He woke with a calm he didn't trust. The park office had a bulletin board by the coffee machine where someone had pinned a photocopy of an old photo for a ghost hunt that never materialized. 3 rangers in high-waisted jeans leaning against a wooden tower that no longer stood. He recognized the scene. The sky behind them felt exactly the same. He took a paper cup of coffee and stood there too long, memorizing their faces without meaning to. One of them could have been the voice. But voices are poor photographs. He glanced away and the grainy log line below the picture fell into focus at last. Beneath the date was a neat notation in someone's looping hand. New repeater case delivered to T3. He tore the edge off his cup where it said eco-friendly and rolled it to feel the rough fiber. That night he walked the spur again, this time after dark, with a flashlight that made a tunnel around him when he pointed it at his boots. He kept it low because the ceiling of the night seemed to lower itself when he raised the beam, as if the light called something down. The foundation looked different in the cone of the lamp. The edges too clean, the angles impatient. He stood in the middle and turned the light off. The cold slid against his ears, and the mountain stood him upright the way a hand straightens a book. On a shelf, he brought the radio to his mouth and said, "I'm at the site." It felt like a confession. The voice answered too quickly. "Copy." Not surprised. He let that sit with him. "I have a question," he said. "Is there a light where you are?" The answer took a long time. "There was," the voice said. The words had the sound of a hand closing over a flame that was not hot. "Now it's just this. Who are you calling?" he asked gently, though it felt like leaning against a wall that wasn't built to hold weight. "Anyone," the voice said. "Anyone at all." There was nothing sad in it, just a function, carried out diligently. He told the voice about the coin, and the 3-trunk birch, and the rope knot at the station door. He could hear the voice listening, steady. Then, after a long while, it said, "You keep things from coming open." It made him smile, a small, tired smile. He wanted to ask 100 questions, and had none that felt fair. He said good night, like leaving a room where a lamp is still burning. The next day, a storm hung to the spine of the range, the kind whose clouds seem lower than church rafters, whose breath pushes into gaps and makes buildings speak. He double-checked locks, slid sandbags against a drain that liked to pretend it was a spring, and lingered by the window to watch treetops go silver when the wind overturned them. The radio hiccuped all afternoon with emergency tones from counties far away. The voice did not come through. He let that be. He fixed a drawer and fed the stray cat with the half-torn ear that appeared like weather. Night rolled its shoulders, heavier with rain. Not long after midnight, the voice arrived without a greeting, words shaped around wind. "There's a light." He sat up so quickly that the blanket flung the coin onto the floor where it spun once and lay still. "Where?" he asked, too loud. He softened. "Where?" The voice's answer was very small. "At the base. By the ladder." It took effort to stand. He felt foolish for putting boots on indoors, then foolish for thinking about foolishness. He took the flashlight and the radio and keyed the code to the outer door as the cat slipped by like a ghost he had no say over. Branches clicked like bead curtains as he took the spur. Rain slicked the laurel leaves so they flashed under his light as if winking. He breathed in the patient smell of soaked soil, and whatever moss is closest to. The foundation rose out of the wall of water like the deck of a ship. He snapped the light off before he reached it, not because he was brave, but because the beam made him feel too loud. There was a light, faint and creamy as old milk glass, glowing not at the base of the ladder in any way that would be photogenic, but inside the hairline of the concrete, where a crack widened into a small hollow. He leaned and saw not a bulb, not a match, just the suggestion of a round glow no bigger than a coin. He could not see its source or how it breathed. His radio made a sound like a wire being tuned. "Do you see it?" the voice asked. "I do," he said, and meant both the light and the night, and the fact that he stood where he had no business standing in the kind of weather that turns hillsides slick. He put his hand near the light and felt nothing at all. No heat, no buzz. He thought of the old note about a repeater case, and in his mouth the phrase turned itself, "Repeat, repeat, repeat." It occurred to him then, standing with rain line drawing across his jacket, that maybe he had never been the only person in the conversation. The mountain was in it too. The empty tower was part of it. The weather had an opinion. He was the least anchored participant in the exchange. He reached into his pocket for the coin and placed it gently in the hollow where light lived. His fingers came away dry, which made no sense. The radio filled with a sound like the gentle intake of a roomful of breath. The voice cleared, as if moved from the end of a hallway to the doorway itself. "Copy," it said, not in response to anything, but like a word that wanted to be in the air again under a sky it recognized. The wind leveled out as if the storm, for a moment, remembered to be a system instead of a mood. Down the ridge, a branch cracked in an ordinary way. The light held. He said, "I'm here," into the microphone, and the voice said, "I am too." He waited until his legs shook with the cold. When he left, the light was still present, not brighter, not dimmer. It was just something that would be there or would not, regardless of him. He half expected the radio to fall silent forever after that. How many times can a person say hello across an absent structure? But the check-ins continued, softer now, less insistent, as if a ritual had been re-established and could be kept without worry. The voice asked fewer questions. Every night for half a month, he would say where he'd been, and the voice would describe the wind in phrases that were slowly growing familiar. He learned to sleep again. He learned to stop staring at the window when heavier steps came and ran up the porch, forgetting that wind could also do that. His last week there, the ranger with the granola bars brought a dusty carton into the office. They'd found it in the attic beneath the fibrous insulation. Old logbooks, oilcloth, a metal case the size of a shoebox with a broken hinge. The label on the case had long ago given up, but black marker on the inside of the lid had survived. T3. He set his palms on either side of the case and gave it the polite attention you pay old tools. The hinge, when handled gently, remembered its business. Inside lay a coil of cable, a microphone buttoned to a metal clip, and a coin taped to the foam with aging surgical tape that had gone the color of tea. He could not stop himself. He leaned in and looked for the year. Someone had worn that off too, or time had. He smiled. It felt like seeing a friend through a train window. He did not take the coin. He did not tell the ranger about the light. He walked the ridge one last time before his contract ended, which is another way of saying goodbye without making a sound of it. The air was so clear that sound had edges. As he stood on the foundation, a hawk low over the valley drew the same slow figure eight and vanished behind a ridge. He pressed the radio's button a final time and told the voice the weather, the angle of the sun on the old ladder, the smell of leaf mold working under the thaw that would not come for months. The voice thanked him in a way that was not theatrical, just correct. People who work in lonely places are often precise with gratitude. He said, "I won't be here tomorrow." There was a pause. Then, "Copy." And then, "Thank you for staying on the line." He walked down the spur without looking back, because some things must be left by looking straight ahead. When he reached the main road, the wind came up and then dropped, as if it had decided something. He reached into his pocket and touched the empty place where the coin would have been if he had been a person who took things out of their perfect houses. He smiled without meaning to. The cat with the torn ear brushed his calf and picked up her feet as if she too knew how to walk on old names without disturbing them. Years later, he would be passing through a different kind of night, in a little apartment that made all its noises honestly, and he would pause by the window with the world reflecting in the glass, and he would hear a phrase from nowhere, feather light in the air, as if it had flown a long way to come home. Copy. Not a request, not a question, just a word that meant not, alone. He said it back, barely louder than breath. It was not any formal ceremony, and everything in his life carried on. But some evenings carried differently after that, as if a light had been placed deep inside a crack where no water could reach. He slept. The mountain held its own council, and the tower, wherever it was now, was not quite empty. Story number 2. The branch sat at the bend of a residential street, where oaks leaned inward as if reading the roofline. In winter, it looked like a ship with its lights down, a low hull of red brick and glass, quiet as a held breath. The closing shift belonged to a single person for most of December, and it suited the way the building preferred to be, counted, straightened, all the little rituals performed in the same thoughtful order. She arrived at 4 each evening beneath a sky, the color of a pencil eraser, hung her coat on the back of the office door, and rolled a cart into the stacks that clicked only at the very end of its turn when the right rear wheel remembered the dent in the floor. She loved how sound changed at night in a library. People imagine the day is quiet, but day has layer upon layer of voices and printers. Children asking for dinosaurs. Scanners chirping like small birds. Only at closing did it get so precise that you could hear a page settle back against the rest of the book after someone passed. The small gate at the entrance chimed when it read someone out. There was no one to read after 7. She moved through aisles and made sure the spines were flush. On good nights, the building seemed to assist her. The overhead lights dimmed to a soft version of themselves without flicker, and the HVAC settled into its long, even exhale, as if it, too, were cooling from thoughts to sleep. The return bin by the front doors took after-hours items with a dull, padded thump. It sat behind a flap that fed a roller, and then a shallow cart. She checked it last thing before she locked the outer doors. That first week, 3 nights in a row, the same book waited on the top of the pile as if it had stood up while she looked away. Cloth-bound, red, with no dust jacket and no barcode. The title had worn itself into an impression on the cloth-raised letters, almost, but not quite legible. Something like roots or roots, depending on how the light struck. When she opened it the first time, the end papers smelled faintly of camphor and thyme. Inside the back cover sat a card pocket with a line of stamped dates that ended before she was born, and 3 names in fountain pen ink too confident to be recent. It didn't exist in the catalog. The scanner tried, beeped twice in confusion, and printed her a little strip of paper that said item not recognized, manual entry required. She put the book in the problem pile. The next night it was back in the bin. The night after that it had a return receipt neatly tucked into the older pocket, as if someone had processed it long ago and just now remembered to add the slip. The night the storm came early and the roads turned into something glassy and dishonest, she closed 15 minutes ahead of schedule and called it in. The street outside went soft and empty in minutes. She could hear the scrape of one brave plow 2 blocks over. Inside, the red book took up its position on the return cart again, centered as if it had measured the edges. She picked it up, meaning to put it in the office with the other problematic items, and a folded paper slid out from the middle and landed on her shoe. The fold wasn't dramatic, no careful origami, no theatrical tape. Just a square, folded once, worn smooth along the crease. She opened it with the same care she took with fragile maps. 3 lines in tidy handwriting nodded up at her. Local histories. Donor files. Vent 3. She laughed, a small puff of surprise that left a little fog on her lip in the chilled air of the stacks. It was so specific and yet so nothing. Still, specifics were a language she understood. She wheeled the cart down to local history, a room of glass cases and wooden tables that made everyone whisper whether they remembered to or not. Donor files were in a row of black binders with gold labels. Vent 3 meant nothing to anyone but maintenance, but she had spent enough evenings here to know the numbered floor vents that ran along the baseboard. Vent 1 under the window by the print of the town's first mill. Vent 2 by the genealogical index. Vent 3 at the end of the jury-rigged shelf with maps that always wanted to curl back into themselves. She crouched by Vent 3 and felt the fine chill that lives at knee height in old buildings. Something had slid just under the lip. She eased it out with one finger. An envelope, small, manila, the square kind meant for keys, on its face in the same careful script. Night door. Inside, a key with a round bow. Stamped branch. The metal old enough to have gone the color of nickels left in water. There were 3 exterior doors. Front glass double doors, the side door from the staff lot, and the delivery door off a short alley no one used unless a truck came, which it didn't in weather like this. She knew all 3 keys by heart. She had never seen this one. Night door tickled some side thought. Long ago, the building had an after-hours return slot that fed to a locked room like a vault. During renovation, they filled the chute and sealed the door flush. She had been told that in an offhand way the day she was hired. She held the key and heard wind lift to press a palm against the windows and let go. Routine returned her to itself. She put the key in the pocket of her sweater and continued closing in her ordinary path, so nothing else in the building would feel wronged. Past the computers, owlishly dark now. Past the magazine rack with its endless parade of glossy spines. Past the small chair and children she always straightened with the seat turned outward 45 degrees. A habit a long-departed colleague had trained into the place. She turned it with the same angle, and as she did, the air conditioning shuddered once and steadied, as if pleased at a box ticked somewhere far from her reach. The fire panel, wired to everything like a nervous system, blinked its calm green. She had no desire to test the key in a storm. She locked the front doors and pulled shades against the glass. Then she walked the alley anyway, curiosity brisk with the cold. On the back wall, where the old after-hours drop had been, there was nothing but brick and the memory that buildings keep of their previous shapes, if you know how to look. She could almost see the outline of a cutout, now filled. It was not a night for experiments. She slipped the key back into its envelope and hid the envelope in the desk drawer where extraneous spare pens go to multiply. That would have been the end of it if the building had not answered back. At 9:52, long after she should have been home, she sat at the staff table with tea that had gone cool, waiting on a road update. The motion sensor app on her phone chirped because the old system liked to talk to itself. It listed 3 movements. Reading room, clear. Aisles, clear. Local history, motion. She looked up without moving her head and watched the glass rectangle of the local history room from where she Saturday, nothing moved. Sometimes heat will do that, or a moth will get in, or a piece of paper will twist as it dries. The app chimed again. Local history, motion. She disliked being watched by a software ghost that might or might not be a draft. So she stood and walked that way with her quiet library steps. Through the glass, the tables, the case with the old fireman's helmet that looked like a little ship, the map shelf. No one. But a chair was wrong. Something had pulled a chair out and turned it half left, as if to look at the broad blank of the display case. She walked in, heart measured, and touched the headrest with just a finger. It rocked slightly, in the innocent way a chair will rock when disturbed. On the nearest table sat the red book, open to the middle as if it had been waiting for her to find it exactly there. On the right-hand page, someone had penciled a small diagonal mark in the margin, nothing beyond what a careful reader leaves themselves for company. She did not like the way it made her think of a small hand on an elbow. She closed the book, spine down, hands firm. She carried it back to the office and locked it in the filing cabinet, because that was what a reasonable person could do to an unreasonable object. Morning dug the street out enough that she came in early to reset. The filing cabinet was locked. The key on her ring found the lock on the first try. Inside the red book lay exactly where she had left it, but something had happened only a person who spends her life with paper would notice. A thin stripe of dust had been dragged along the foredge, a corridor in the coat of powder that had gathered there over the years, as if a finger had traced from the top to the bottom of the pages while the drawer was closed. She felt something gather and choose not to tell her its name. She lifted the book and realized the key envelope was gone from the drawer. Her hand felt where it wasn't before her thoughts did. She opened the drawer on the right. The envelope lay there instead, moved to stand on end, like a little triangular tent waiting for a hand to pick it up. She did not say anything to anyone. She discovered people often resort to 2 strategies when something edges their night toward the unlikely. One is to make jokes enough to wear the edges down. The other is to bring the thing into the most orderly part of the day, handle it without the foggy interruptions of night, and see how it looks in the strict light of 11 a.m. She chose the second approach. She cataloged 2 boxes of cookbooks and ordered a new stapler and fixed a patron's pin while a line formed. And for a few hours, it all felt beautifully normal. The red book waited all the same. When the last patron left and the lock found itself again, she fetched it from the cabinet and set it on the desk. The end papers were scribble-free. The first pages were blank except for the faint impression of letters where someone had pressed the title hard enough on the cover cloth to ghost through. She turned to the place where the paper had fallen the night before. That page had no fold or bookmark, yet she found it without thinking. As she looked, another piece of paper surfaced from between pages 61 and 62, crawling up like a soft card freed by static. 3 new lines, same tidy hand, chairs toward the seam, gait test. Do not face the glass while you count. Chairs toward the seam meant straightening with the seat toward one particular woven line in the carpet she had never noticed until now. She did it in children's, then in the reading area. After the 4th chair, the clatter in the duct that had been nagging the corner of her mind stilled the way a kettle does when you take it off the eye before it winds. She could not argue with relief. Gate test meant walk through the entrance gate with 1 item, out and in, until the double tone went away. Sometimes library gates keep anger like a memory. The 3rd, pass fixed it. Do not face the glass while you count means what it says. She walked the outside of the local history room 1 slow time, counting silently, back to the staff door without looking in. Her skin prickled exactly the way it does when you know you are being watched kindly. Not all attention is a threat. Some of it is a roll call. The next week quieted. That is the simple part of a story to tell. She did as the notes asked. and the building made fewer small demands at inconvenient times. Returns scanned smoothly. No one tripped the gate. The copier did not stall on page 2. It made for a different sort of insomnia. Instead of lying awake worrying, she slept, but woke once at 3:17, with the solid sense of having been called by name, and no memory of a voice to attach to the feeling. There is always one night that shifts the balance. On a Friday, she was the only person assigned after 6. The storm that hadn't arrived before arrived glacially, with wet snow that stacked itself in quiet layers. A delivery she expected never came. Her phone informed her the side streets were not recommended. She called upstairs to facilities, where a man with a good, patient voice said to stay put, that the old building held heat well, and someone would swing by with a truck if she needed to be collected after 10. She made tea and waited for the place to sigh its evening sigh. It didn't. It held something in. At 8:30, the lights dimmed the wrong way, flickered out, and then returned in their emergency version. The world turned into white islands that made the rest too dark by comparison. She held very still. Sometimes you have to let a building choose its dark. The fire panel beeped once, a lonely noise, then resumed its green attention. The app on her phone chimed local history. Motion so softly, it could have been a trick of tinnitus. The red book sat on the staff table where she had left it, closed. When she touched it, the cover was cold as metal. She brought it near the edge of the emergency light because the gray daylight had retreated to something else. The book opened itself at a page as if it were a very old dog that had learned a trick and wanted to be praised for it. This time the paper was already sticking out. One side was blank. The other had a longer piece of writing. The neat hand had tilted a degree. Roots, it said at the top, as if correcting her misread. After hours rounds. Begin at entrance. Count 7 aisles north, 3 south. Touch the 3rd shelf at chest height and say, all here. Press the door at the end of the reference stacks and listen for breath. If breathing, wait. If not, proceed. Do not look into the glass case with the helmet. Turn the little green trash can under the window by 1/4. Chairs toward the seam. When finished, place the book in local histories and leave the room without looking at your reflection. It was not the kind of night to argue with very specific instructions that harmed no one. She felt foolish the way a person feels foolish, putting salt by a threshold silly until the exact second the shape of the night fits around the gesture, as if it had been waiting for a missing piece. She did as the note said. She began at the entrance. The gate had nothing to say. She walked 7 aisles north. A book had slid a little forward on the 3rd shelf at chest height. She nudged it back with exactly the pressure it wanted. All here, she said, a whisper you could mistake for wind if you wanted. The carpet sighed a little under her step, strands unbending after a day of footprints. She pressed the door at the end of the reference stacks, an interior fire door done in heavy wood no one used, and leaned her ear, feeling ridiculous until she heard it. A long, even exhalation from the seam as air returned to where it prefers to live. Breathing. She waited and found herself breathing with it. Some doors like to feel they are not alone bearing their weight. She counted 4 more things and turned the little green trash can a quarter turn, which made no sense until the heater next to it stopped rattling like a drawer you can't quite shut. She refused the helmet's glass with the stubbornness of a kid told not to stare. It is a very old instinct to want to look where one should not. Turning away sharpened the sense of being looked past. Chairs toward the seam went smoothly now that she saw how the carpet's woven lines lay underfoot. She placed the red book in local histories, closed the door, and walked on. In the reflection in the hall's small window, she could make out her own shape, and, for a second shape beside her, tall where the shelves did not produce an obvious shadow. The second shape did not belong to anyone. It was just a trick of light. She walked past herself without stopping. The building settled then. The emergency lights took on softer edges. The fire panel held its steady green and did not whisper in her direction. When she returned to the staff room, the heat had gathered there as if called. She sat and tilted her head back and did not expect sleep and received it anyway. A steady short nap in a chair pushed up to the window where snow kept writing its one delicate letter to the glass and forgetting it. Morning came with a truck and laughter at the layer cake on the cars and a thermos of something that smelled like cinnamon offered by a driver who shared good news like a habit. Old buildings love their routines, the facilities man said when she told him, lightly. about the emergency lights and the way the place had exhaled. We used to have a night caretaker, sweet guy. Never left a light out of place. Knew which heater had to be thumped, and which didn't like attention. Miss him some nights, when the alarms ping at nothing and then stop because something gets done before we arrive. She said nothing about red cloth or keys stamped branch. She said nothing about the list that had kept her company. That evening, she checked the staff drawer. The small envelope waited there, upright again as if standing guard. She took the key out once, just to feel its temperature, and thought of all the doors in town that no longer exist but sometimes open for someone anyway in snow. Days turned. People returned their books. Children colored in the corner and whispered conspiratorially about a mouse they had invented and believed in. The red book presented fewer notes, as if satisfied, and then none at all. She kept thinking she would ask someone older or someone who had worked here through the last renovation if they remembered anything like a night door, anything like a man who counted in his rounds and turned a can to settle a heater. And then she would not ask, because asking would make it into a story other people could handle with their brunch voices, and she did not want that. She liked preserving a little ordinary magic between the shelving cart and the last lock. On her last week before she transferred to a different branch across town, a newer one with more windows and less patience, the red book did one more thing. She found it in the return bin, resting on top as if a hand had just placed it. Inside were no notes and no card, but a printed picture, a photocopy of a sheet from the building's old log. Night rounds. Completed. The 14th of March, 2004. Beside it, under an old signature she recognized from donor plaques in the hallway, someone had written in the same hand she had been reading for weeks. Keep going. Then, faintly under that, in pencil from a different decade, Scene 2, she took the key from its envelope. She stood in the alley where the filled-in door was an absence pretending to be brick. Snow did not last on these walls. The wind brushed it aside. She closed her eyes because it was easier to see the outline of missing things that way. She pressed the key toward the blank and felt the cool certainty that sometimes rises up in the body when a thing has been decided not by you. She heard a click, soft as a tongue on the roof of a mouth. She opened her eyes. The wall did what walls do, but from inside the building, from somewhere slightly below her feet, she heard a muffled mechanical sound, a weight flopping from one angle to another. A chute that does not exist returning to its resting state, a slot you cannot see making itself present. She pressed the book flat against the brick where the gap had been and let it go. It did not hang. It did not remain. It did something like pass through the space old stories keep for themselves. She heard a far-off, perfect thump, as if someone had dropped a book in a well-padded bin 3 rooms away. She slept at the new branch the first week, the way people do when they know where each light switch is. That would be the end of the tale, neat and folded, but here is the part that kept her from making a joke of it. Months later, she visited the old branch on a day off to return a novel she had never quite finished. She walked in during daylight with the cheery talk that daylight encourages, and felt a hush slip over her shoulders when she stepped into local histories to look at the old maps. The chairs were all turned toward the same woven seam in the carpet. The little green trash can under the window sat with its handle pointing at the wall in a way that made no sense unless you knew. In the glass for 1 second, she saw herself, and then a taller shadow beside her, then only herself. When she turned to go, a rolling cart made its soft cart noise exactly once somewhere out of sight, and the book on the top shelf of aisle 3 nudged itself backward a hair without anyone touching it. People say the branch is an easy place to be in at night now. The gate very rarely throws a fit. The emergency lights hold steady. The fire panel behaves like a cat with a full bowl. On rare evenings, after closing, the return bin catches a thump that doesn't line up with anyone's schedule, and a cloth-bound red book appears, unbarcoded, unremarkable, except for the way someone has polished the letters of its title with their thumb. Nobody can check it out. It will not hold a hold. It only ever waits just long enough for someone to see that it came back all on its own. And then it goes where it goes until the next time a key says that a door is where a door used to be, and a hand with a routine on it takes up the work and is not alone. Story number 3. On the edge of campus, where the parking lots turned to an inky bowl at night and the road gave up trying to be busy, the greenhouse compound sat like a long, low lantern. Polycarbonate panels held the dark back in a measured way. Inside, 3 houses were strung together like beads. Tropical with its mist, soft air, desert with stone and spines, and a narrow, cooler spine called Night House, where time-lapse cameras blinked like tired eyes. A graduate tech took the overnight hours that semester, a body in the building for safety and a pair of hands if a pump coughed or a leaf fell where it shouldn't. They liked plants and schedules, and the feeling of walking between aisles when the light had no sun to lean on. By midnight, the day people were gone, and the compound breathed as plants do slow drafts moving from low vents to high. Fans making those round throat sounds that mean nothing is wrong. The floor was a mixture of rubber matting and pea gravel that remembered every cart and footstep. Label stakes made neat little introductions. Philodendron gloriosum, Hoya obovata, night-scented jasmine, Selenocerius, whose bud, tight as a fist, had been the subject of a dozen campus emails with the kind of urgency usually reserved for storms. When it opened, it would be past midnight, and someone would call donors and retirees who kept jackets ready for this kind of event, people who remembered being called out of sleep by a flower and called it luck. The text shift was simple in theory. They set up the time-lapse rig in Night House each evening, a bar of cameras along the aisle aimed at buds, a little software that stitched stills into something that looked like intention. The program showed a panel of thumbnail previews along the right edge, comforting at a glance, the last frame from each camera in small form, a grid of quiet plants. They checked humidity, nudged a hose away from a power strip, sipped from a thermos that made tea taste faintly like the last tea, and waited. Sometime after one on the first week, an oddness small as a seed began. A thumbnail in the corner showed a rubber glove lying on the floor near the broom. The glove was not on the floor. They could see it, hanging by the sink. They glanced up and back down, thinking cash, thinking software. The preview held the glove lying there, a pale flop of hand. Minutes later, the real glove worked itself loose and fell, exactly to where the thumbnail had shown it, fingers folded inward like a thing that had made a decision and carried it out. Later the same night, a eucalyptus leaf trembled in Night House, the size of a hand, heavy with a dew bead trying to be a drop. The thumbnail's tiny world showed the bead gone, a small dark circle below on the bench slat. Then the bead let go in real life and made a sound that was not a sound, a little erasure of tension, and the circle was made. The tech sat very still and held their breath so they could tell if they were making wind without noticing. Nothing else gave. They wrote it up to a weird buffer. The campus IT person who wore a beanie and carried a roll of Velcro cable ties had warned them that the capture computer had a clock problem, that it had to be persuaded to find the right time every night. "It's old," he'd said, with the gruff affection people show for machines that haven't failed yet. "Like me. Talks to itself sometimes." The next night, the thumbnails played at it again, this time with their own shape. On camera 3, where the queen of the nightbud sat like a pale knuckle, the preview showed the aisle empty, except for a stepladder pushed under the bar, and a figure standing at the third rung, reaching. At that moment, the ladder was folded against the wall. They frowned and turned away to check something else, as if stubbornness could reset a screen. When they looked again, the preview faithfully showed the figure at the ladder. They did what one does in experiments: change a variable. They moved the ladder to the opposite side of the aisle just to be contrary. A long minute ticked past. The preview re-rendered itself without drama. The ladder on the opposite side, the figure at it. The tech set their jaw in a way no one saw and climbed 2 rungs. At once, real not preview the bar above was easy to adjust. The third camera with the sticky tilt finally clicked into place. They laughed under their breath. It felt like being told kindly what they were going to do anyway. By the third overnight, the thumbnails were a pair of seconds ahead of a lot of little things. They refused to be spooked. This was work. They squeegeed condensation from one panel in tropical and watched the thumbnail show it clear before it was. They placed a brick under the wobbly leg of a staging table because the small picture showed it under there first, and they disliked the idea of physics becoming optional. It wasn't a haunting, they told themselves. It was a building that ran on a special version of time, and the cameras were honest about it. Outside, a front went through that pushed a moan into the panels and then moved on. Inside, the air steadied. The night-scented jasmine began doing what its name promised, scent hiding in pockets of air like secrets shared in a corner. The tech sat on the low stool by the control box and watched a thumbnail show a hose lay nicely into a coil near the floor drain. They looked down and saw their coil still sloppy. They fixed it until the picture and the world matched. There was comfort in it after that. They would catch themselves glancing at the grid the way people look at a mirror before going out or a stove before leaving a house. It felt less like prediction and more like instruction in posture. Here is where to stand so the bench doesn't wobble. Here is how to angle the fan so the condensation doesn't pool under the plug. Here is how to move your hand so the cactus spines will not catch the cuff of your sleeve. They followed because the following made the night smooth. The campus day folks teased a little when they heard about late hours. "Wait till your first windstorm," one said, folding worm-cast tea into a watering can. "Vents like to slam in a northeast. You'll hear things you can't name. Don't take it personally." The tech smiled and counted it as advice, added it to the quiet list in their head of the greenhouse's moods. Noon. Sleepy. 2 a.m. Curious. In a wet wind. Watch the latches. On the fifth night, the weather app on their phone turned the color it keeps for mild trouble. A heavier rain than expected. A gust line. They texted the facility's night contact out of courtesy and got a thumbs-up emoji back, as if thumbs have ever been enough for wind. The rain began like a rumor, and then like a plan. It also slightly changed the language of the place. The fans sounded rounder, the vents thought about being doors. The tech dimmed the lights to their nighttime level and watched the grid. The thumbnails took on a new eagerness, as if they had been waiting for a reason to show their talent. Instead of a few seconds, they crept a longer breath ahead. On camera 2, over Desert House where the little spines made shadows like handwriting on the sand, the preview showed a terracotta pot wobbling toward the edge of a bench. The tech put a hand out to steady it before, in their world, it wobbled. The real pot shivered, then settled as if relieved to be allowed not to fall. On camera 5, the corner of the polycarbonate roof flexed. The preview showed a hairline crack tracking along a seam like a slow-run spider. They stepped back instinctively. A minute later, the seam in real life made a smaller sound than the preview had promised. A dry little tick, and a thin line whitened under the pane's surface. No rain came through. The leaf litter gutter took a long, wet breath. They stood where the preview had showed them standing and thanked whatever manner of science liked to be precise this way tonight. At 2 in the morning, the queen of the night bud swelled. The thumbnail showed the petals starting to release from their own tightness, a white that could not decide whether to be paper or light. The real bud followed, a hair later, as if it received permission from its own small version on the screen. The tech had donors to call. That part was not ghostly at all. Just a series of voicemail greetings and 2 sleepy voices who said they were on their way and meant it. The building manager came with keys, and the good extra umbrella, and a face that knew every panel's tendency. 2 older women walked in arm, sneakers dark with wet, and a child with a wool hat that made her look like a seedling. They breathed in and forgot they were cold. The camera grid showed their little group before they appeared. The child's hat a green bud in miniature. The tech felt something in their chest that was not fear at all, just that particular morning feeling that comes sometimes at 2:30 when a night has become itself and you are useful in it. The bloom opened like a careful yawn, a white larger than faces, larger than most of the ordinary things that make up a day. The room smelled like something that had waited a long time and finally decided to be present fully. Nobody clapped because they knew better. The 2 older women looked at each other like people do when they make a point of keeping moments even if no one takes a picture. The child whispered, "It's bigger than my head," and put her palms against her own cheeks as if to measure. The building manager stepped back to a spot he knew the floor liked, the place where the drain doesn't protest, and the thumbnails placed his silhouette there a minute before he made the move. The tech checked a gutter, felt the crack under the pane with their eyes again, more than with their fingers, and turned a fan by a slight angle because the little grid said they would, and because the fan sighed happily when they did. The storm never turned mean. It did what storms do, made its shoulders broad, then remembered the sea and went back that way. The thumbnails calmed themselves, falling from a minute ahead to a breath ahead, and then to the ordinary order where images represent the past and leave the rest alone. Lights clicked a bit brighter as dawn thought about its job. Robins outside made a sound like a squeaky hinge, and then remembered their other song. By 5, the building had the particular hangover of nights that mean something. In the thin daylight, the camera bar's little lights blinked in sober time. No mischief. The tech scrolled through the segment with the crack and the pot traveling toward the edge, and watched themselves avoid being under the pane just before the tick. There was a tiny frame drop right where the glitch had lived in the night, a hiccup that would look like nothing to someone who hadn't stood there. When the IT person came with a new button battery and a grin for the old machine, he said a lot of things about non-volatile memory and misaligned system clocks, and how ring buffers can get into a mood when the network time signal burps in weather. It was probably pulling thumbnail pointers from the next buffer, he said. You were looking at the future by accident. You will not believe the bug reports I've seen. The tech nodded and smiled because he was kind and they liked him. None of it made the night less itself. Each time they had moved differently. The frames had moved with them. If it had been a script, it had been a cooperative one, adjusting for their choices the way someone might keep a door open longer if they saw a person's hands were full. A week later, when the bud was a dried scrap on a steak and ordinary whispering chores returned, the building manager told an aside in a hallway while refilling a watering can. We used to have a night person who swore he could tell when the vents wanted a hand, he said. Said the building taught him. Said he could feel it in his teeth. He never had a report we could sign, but the mornings after his nights were always easy. We never found out how he knew. He just did. He smiled into the can, and the water swirled in the threaded pattern of all such stories. He'd like that bloom, I think. The tech did not tell him about thumbnails. They did not talk much about the scent that had warmed their chest in a way that had nothing to do with tea. These were not secrets. They were just things that prefer to stay in the sort of sentences you keep for yourself. They worked the overnight shift through midterm season, through one more storm that stayed a storm and never thought about being more. Sometimes, once or twice, the previews flirted with that old eagerness again, showing a misting wand angling a little before it did. A cartwheel choosing not to snag in a grate right as it approached. The tech followed if it made sense. If it did not, the image corrected itself and blushed into the true past like a shy person stepping back from a window. They developed a habit of standing in one particular place at 2, 3, 7 in the morning, not because anything particular happened then, but because the building seemed to take stock at that minute, the plants holding a breath as if counted. It is a comfort to be counted by a place. They left the job when the days stretched longer, and a different project called. The memory of nights did not leave them. It never does, with rooms that breathe. Months later, running late for a lecture, they cut past the greenhouses in the early evening and slowed without planning. A student waved from inside tropical, hands in potting mix, happily oblivious to their own future habits. In Night House, someone had wiped down the camera bar and left one lens cap balanced on a nut in a way that would annoy them in the morning. The tech looked in and felt that pull in the chest again that means a place knows you. The vents exhaled in a way that sounded like a page turning at the exact second it is ready. The previews were not in view. They didn't need to be. A moth put its complicated wing against the pane, let go, and sailed in a strangely straight line toward the place where the queen of the night had bloomed, as if drawn less by light than by a habit the building had taught it. At home, on a night when rain came in that light, even way that makes cars sound farther, they set a glass of water on the window ledge and thought, without meaning to, of the thin white crack under the pane and the little terracotta pot that had gotten to choose the version of the night where it did not shatter. They slept the way you sleep when you've been shown how to stand, so that fragile things remain upright. In a dream, a grid of thumbnails turned to a grid of window panes, and in each one something small and alive did the thing it meant to do a little bit ahead of time, just enough to keep a corner of the world neat and whole. When they woke, the scent of something sweet held to the air a second longer than made sense before drifting away, the way a greenhouse holds the last of its breath before asking the vents to open. Story number 4. After midnight, the municipal theater kept its own weather. The foyer glass became a darker mirror of the street. The carpet remembered footsteps in little ripples that lay back down as air settled. Exit signs floated at the edges like small constellations, telling the kind of truth that does not change. The stage behind the proscenium was a continent of lightlessness, except for one lamp on a stand in the middle round base. Steel pole, a bulb that glowed at a level between candle and hallway. Ghost light, people called it, because names tend to behave if you give them a job. He had keys for the week. Not a manager, not an actor, but a sound person hired to freshen the house announcements and test the audio chain before a month of sold-out shows. He came alive at hours most people loan to dreams. The stage door took his card with a little electronic shrug. It liked him after the second night. Some doors are quick to decide. He wheeled a case across the wings, careful over the expansion joint that liked to catch casters. and set his coffee on the piano with the lid down. He did not touch the piano. That belonged to another world. His belonged to cables and the little red light on a rack that meant the system's heart was beating. He spoke to empty air because that is how it is done on stage. "Going up to the booth," he said softly, "because manners can be kept, even when alone." His voice felt absorbed by the wings, soothed into the curtains. The lamp at center stage glowed as if nodding. In the house, the seats slanted downward in a dark field. Once, cloth wrappers had protected those seats. Now they wore the mild shine of places kept clean by attention more than polish. He walked up the aisle, feeling each step as a separate quiet sound. The back of house door caught the reinforcement of his footfalls and said it once, a single, soft thump. In the booth, he woke monitors and a console with more colors than a city map. The room smelled gently of dust that liked its place. He checked patch lists, lifted a fader, spoke into a microphone. "This is an announcement test." The theater listened. His words went into the main speakers, into side fills, into spots where there should have been silence. He adjusted a delay and felt the room sit up straighter. He had always liked rooms that softened when treated kindly, like animals with good memories. The first oddness was small enough to dismiss. When he looked down from the booth, the ghost light was 1 foot stage left from where he remembered placing it. There were tape crosses on the floor that marked positions for any number of set pieces. He knew exactly which one he had used because he had made a box for his stand with blue tape, partly out of habit, partly to make the space feel like company. Now the lamp stood gentled closer to center. He told himself he could have been off. Later, when he went down to the gentled stage and measured with his foot, he found the light's round base had made a pale ring on the paint where it had stood before. He did not breathe through his mouth or hold a breath. He just moved the light back to his tape, and as he tightened the thumb screw under the socket, it turned more easily than it had any right to turn, as if someone had warmed the threads. The second oddness was soundlessness. The intercom panels along the wings, the little squares with buttons labeled house and booth and rail, all dark, gave a whisper of a cue tone, with the faintest flash. Not the sharp all-call used to herd a crew. A tap the way someone taps a glass with a fingernail to see if a liquid is ready. He looked up at the catwalks where lines hung, black ropes thick as a wrist tied off on wooden pins. Nothing stirred. From the pit, a draft came up smelling like metal that knew how to sing and chose not to. He worked. He recorded the tone for the pre-show message that asks people to silence devices kindly without treating them like school children. He turned off his phone as he said it, because the room liked demonstration. He rewired a channel that had begun to crackle in a way that told an older story than this console should be telling. He cleaned a fader with a delicate tissue like a watchmaker would use. It was almost 2 when he came down to adjust the front fills, and he said, as he had said 100 times on other nights in other houses, "Ladder on stage." He was alone. No one would hear. It didn't matter. He said it so the words would hold up the section of quiet he was about to interrupt. He unfolded the ladder and heard a soft knock from the stage door. Not impatient, just the exact sound a hand makes when it has learned a building's patience. He did not move toward it. He simply called, "Door," as a courtesy to anyone anywhere, and the knock did not come again. He smiled at his own superstitions. Superstitions are only bad manners to the cautious. Up on the second rung, screwdriver in hand, he leaned in to aim a fill just so and saw beyond the beam the polished brass of a footlight housing, catching the ghost light in a thumbprint-sized flare. At that flare, he saw something else. Motion reflected with no visible cause. A faint shiver along the main rag, the front curtain like breath. Vents moved air in a place like this. Fabric lifted. But the timing of it, the way it mirrored the tiny motion of his hand when he steadied the screwdriver, felt like a person across a table steadied their glass when you steadied yours. A reflex of politeness. He finished the tilt and climbed down. That night held more of these small trades. The roll of gaffer tape he left by the proscenium walked 2 inches to the edge of his tape mark and then stopped. The way a dog who has learned not to push into a kitchen will sit just outside tile. A chair he had carried from the wings put itself 1/2 inch to the left and leveled so the leg that always wobbled did not. He pressed his palm to a seam in the floor that had lifted just enough to catch a shoe. The seam laid back down as if a hand unseen pressed from below at the same time. He told no one. He sent a text to the production manager reporting inventory and levels, and left out feelings. On the third night, he arrived already saying the little rituals, going dark, when he killed work lights, lights up, when he brought the house to a gentle. He knocked on the stage door before he unlocked it, even though his card would override anything a knock could. The air in the corridor between dressing rooms and stage smelled of hairspray from some show long past. In the mirror line of bulbs around the makeup tables, one lamp always took a second to commit. It decided sooner when he passed his fingers over the little chain. In the booth, he queued up the new announcement with a bed of sound under it, a thing he recorded himself. Not music, but 30 seconds of room tone from the theater at rest. It had a quality he hadn't expected, a low contentedness under the faint hum of electricity. A long time ago, he had spliced tape that captured rain in a stairwell because the rain had sounded tuned. This was like that. He listened with headphones and without, and while he listened, he saw something move at the edge of the glass. The ghost light brightened as the bed dipped, then settled as the bed steadied. He thought about phase, about perception. He looked directly at the bulb. It remained a quiet little planet. He played the announcement into the house, watched levels, adjusted the notch that kept the sibilants from turning sharp, and when he stopped the playback, 100 seats in shadow seemed to shift microscopically toward the stage. It is a camera trick, that feeling. It is the eyes deciding where to focus. Still, he felt it. When he stood in the aisle afterward, he could tell that the carpet had a nap that carried toward the stage ever so. Align with that nap, and the walk eased. Step against it, and your shoe chose to say something about its tread. Buildings have such small preferences. At 3, the freight elevator breathed awake and then back to sleep. He did not call it. There was no reason to, but the panel lit a single button and then released itself. The number it chose was the one that opens onto the old scene shop. He let it be. Later, carrying a coil of cable that was heavier because it was stubborn, he paused beside the freight door, just to listen to the quiet the way people stop at aquariums to watch water be itself. From behind the elevator's thick face, he heard a soft page turn, like script paper, like a single hand practicing flipping without making sound. The fourth night brought weather. Wind channeled down the avenue, the kind that finds a theater's edges and plays them like a bottle. He arrived earlier to set extra weight on the fly line's tails so they would not thrash. He put sandbags where sandbags asked to be. Tucked in, not left as a boast in the open. He said hello and good evening to the rail, the same way he had once spoken to a horse he groomed without riding. The building answered in its own way. The breeze that had been humming in the wings lessened. Curtains drew less breath, and the roof made a sound like someone smoothing a sheet. He had almost forgotten the intercom panels until, in the middle of a quiet stretch, the one closest to center stage ticked as if a button had been tapped once by a fingertip. The LED did not light. The tick was simply there, the kind of sound a person's brain might create to fill up space. He set his talkback headset over one ear anyway, sat on the stage with legs over the edge where the orchestra pit cover made a table of air, and said in the tone he used to get a timid intern to say their line into a microphone for the first time, testing one. What came back was not echo and not silence. It was more like the return you get when someone has set a live mic too close to a speaker and nothing is actually feeding back, just the suggestion of loop. In that almost sound, between noise floor and intention, he thought he heard, not words, but the cadence of words, a familiar phrase, shape, 5 syllables, a pause, 2 syllables, the shape of, ladies and gentlemen, without those words present. It made the hair along his forearms wake, not in alarm, but the way static brings them to attention under a sweater. He stayed a long time, breathing a little shallow because the air near the pit had that old metal chill to it. He said, house to half, as if practicing, and the ghost light nodded just enough to catch his eyes. He started to leave it treats a little, a clean coil left on a clean spot. A pencil placed on the stage manager's desk exactly where a hand could find it in the dark. He erased nothing on the call board, but added his initials to the line that tracks who is in the building after hours, because that is a kind of blessing, a name attached to a date. He set the ghost light in his blue tape box each night, checked its cord for warmth, that would mean an unhappy connection, and whispered, without meaning to whisper, "I'll be right back," when he went up to the booth. On the 5th night he forgot. Not through disrespect, through being human. A friend texted a photo of a cat wearing a coat. He laughed, pushed the ladder into its closet, turned off the board, and walked down the aisle. At the back of house door, he realized the stage had darkened without him saying it could. No, not darkened, emptied. A theater at true zero light is a particular thing. He could still see a bead of glow on the ghost light's bulb through the gap in the booth glass. It felt wrong the way seeing a stove left on feels wrong. He stood very still and heard wind move itself like breath through the ceiling. In the stillness came the sense of a held question. He turned around and walked back. At the lip of the stage, he stepped onto the soft tape X he had marked the first night without looking, and reached for the pull chain under the shade of the ghost light, and before his hand touched it, the bulb offered him a flicker. Not a failure. A little bow. He put the light fully on and said, "All yours," to the stage as if handing a tray to someone steady. The odd feeling went out of the room like water reaching the exact shape of a bowl. He was not afraid after that. If anything, something in him let out a long thread of worry he hadn't known he still was holding. The way your shoulders drop the first time you trust a place where you once watched your footing. Little things continued. He found a playbill in the wings one night folded to last season's dedication page. A name he remembered from speeches polished by thank yous, dated long before he ever pushed a fader in this place. He propped it open on the stage manager's desk and did not take it. He replaced a stick of chalk that had rolled into the corner with a new one because the callboard's old one made a sound like bone when used. He discovered that if he greeted the orchestra pit before stepping onto its cover, the air under it did not pulse as much when he walked. He finished the announcements. He wrapped the mic cables with the neat figure eights that make tomorrow smoother. On the last night of his week, he walked the balcony, put a hand on the back row, and felt the velvet coolness press back, and said, out loud in the dark in a tone that meant nothing except exactly what it said, "Thank you for the room." In the booth, he played the new pre-show once for himself, very quiet, and at the tail of the bed of sound, just under the breath of the house, he thought he heard the cadence again, 5 syllables, a pause, 2, something like a sentence that never needed to be more than shaped to do its job. He left it in the track. No one would notice except the older part of themselves that has listened to rooms on nights without names. He brought the house to a gentle level. He set the ghost light with care. He said, "Good night." And each time the word left his mouth, he felt not silly but correct. Months later, he came back as a person with a ticket, a jacket over his arm. The foyer smelled like citrus and dust and wet umbrellas. He found his seat and watched people take their places as softly as people do when they feel a space has rules they like. The lights dimmed in fractions. The announcement rolled. He heard his own voice, softened by the size of the audience and the warmth of their bodies. The bed of room tone under it made the stage feel larger than it was neither spooky nor sweet, just a sound that made you remember to breathe. On stage, the ghost light stood alone for a moment before an usher removed it with 2 hands as if lifting a lantern from a dock. He thought he saw the bulb flicker that little bow and then settle out. The audience hushed itself in that old, good way. Somewhere behind the proscenium, in the grid where ropes hang and a careful person's handwriting labels battens, a small click stepped across a panel as if a finger touched a cue button and took it back, content to let tonight carry itself. The show was lovely. The audience clapped the way people clap when they want to make a kind of warmth in air. He walked out into the evening, knowing the theater would switch to its other weather soon. He glanced through the glass back into the darkness and saw, or thought he saw, the ghost light standing in its tape box already, a small sun at the center of a planet of stage. The door held its breath, and then shut with a soft, correct thump. He put his hand briefly on the entry's stone frame on the way down the steps, and felt it feel like something solid and patient. The city had its own kind of glow. Behind him, in the room where curtains breathe and intercoms tick, a place kept its rituals, and was pleased. Story number 5. The distribution center looked like a city inside a building, a maze of conveyor belts and chutes and rolling wire cages that moved on tiny casters with a chatter like wind through cutlery. Fluorescent light was everywhere and nowhere, a bright that forgot to be warm, but the smell of paper made up for it in a homely way. Ink and envelopes, glue and dust with a hint of machine oil. Trucks landed at the docks like ships arriving at a quiet harbor. In the night shift, sound became a set of small tides, belts whirred, scanners chirped, forklifts hummed and reversed with a patient beep-beep that felt like a metronome for the whole place. He worked the exception station, a waist-high island with a desktop scanner and a hand stamp, a lamp whose shade convinced itself it was green though it had faded toward gray, and a stack of facing slips that told a story of each bundle's destination in the concise language of routes and abbreviations. When a package refused the machine, it came to him. When a label curled and misread, he coaxed it flat. When an envelope had no barcode, he read the address like a person reads a room and decided where it wanted to go. He liked the job's equilibrium. The center could roar like a field of locusts at noon, and the exceptions desk felt like a little dock where you could tie off for a minute and set your shoulders down. The first envelope appeared like a bookmark in the night. Plain cream, heavy, uncreased, no stamp, no postmark. The address typed with a ribbon that had been replaced at some point but not recently. Attention. Night clerk. No return address. In the lower left corner, where a company might print its name, there was a ghost of something letters that had been removed or worn, leaving the shape more than the ink. He did what policy asked. Looked up, scanned the length of the belt that fed his station, called to the closest operator. Unstamped, no known origin. They shrugged with decent humor and sent it his way with a poke. He set it in the Nixie tray where undeliverables went to wait for morning. By the middle of the shift, the envelope lay at the top of his work pile again, this time with a facing slip clipped to it with a wooden clothespin older than most people on the floor. The slip had no route code, only a line written in small, neat script, the kind someone learns in a time when people learn to write carefully. For now. He shook his head at himself. Sleep plays tricks with seriousness. He stamped a parcel for a nearby town with the date and time and set the hand stamp down on the envelope without thinking, a resting place for a round piece of metal. When he lifted it, a small circle of clean showed on the cream, as if the envelope had been polished under the weight. He mentioned the oddity to his lead when she came by to exchange empty tubs for full. "Dead letter?" she asked, already moving. "Toss it in the secure bin. They'll deal with it upstairs. You know how December wakes the weird." He laughed and did as told, sliding the cream envelope through the slit of the locked bin, in the same way a person makes a wish and lets it go. He forgot it quickly. The bins and belt and breath of the building keep a good short-term memory for you at 2 in the morning. It returned the next night. Same cream, same weight, same address to night clerk. This time, in the lower left corner, a fresh imprint in the faintest gray, an emblem of the center itself, the kind of graphic used on interoffice forms 30 years back and retired when everything went scanned and bright. He watched it sit at the top of his pile as if it had been placed there by a careful hand. He looked around to see who might give him an eyebrow. No one looked. They were all busy telling packages where they belonged, with the grace of practiced movement. If an envelope says your name, you can't open it. That's a rule as old as trust. But attention. Night clerk didn't say his name. It named his desk. At the bottom of the address, in smaller type he hadn't seen the night before, there was a footnote sentence that sounded like a permission slip, authorized for in-house routing by shift supervisor. He glanced up. His lead had gone down the line to settle a jam where 2 padded mailers had tucked themselves like shy children. He held the envelope up. "This from you?" She shook her head, squinting to see, then shrugged the shrug of people who have watched this place produce odder things than paper. "If it's ours, read it. If it bites, call me." Inside was a single sheet, the paper soft and thick, like the kind used to print certificates. 3 lines, just the way you would write advice for someone moving through a busy kitchen. "Secure the strip on belt 7 before 110. Tray 4512 will throw light. Let it. Dock C, door 4. Latch catch is backward." He checked his watch. The center had its own time, and his kept pace with it in a way his sleep never did. 12:57. Belt 7 ran on the far, quieter side of the building, a long line that fed flats through a sorter like a drum line. He jogged that way, not hurried on the outside, but with his attention leaning forward. A strip of tape had lifted along the heart of the belt, an inch wide and a dozen feet long, exactly the kind of thing that would peel up and catch the edges of flats in a cascade if not seen in time. He pressed it down with both palms like smoothing a sheet for a friend, then added a new length from his pocket and went hand over hand to seal it. A loader across the aisle glanced over. "Hate that one," she said without curiosity. Back at the desk, a tray had arrived with his tag on it. 512. He had never tagged 4,512. That tray belonged to parcels up an aisle. It pulsed with a bright little flare under the scanner as it passed in front of his lamp, like a reflection, like a signal. He lifted it an inch and set it back down. The light went away. Had he not seen the words in his hand 2 minutes ago, it would have been nothing, just a glitch. He let the tray run. It slid into a cage with a gentle thunk. No protest, no jam. Dock C, door 4, latch catch is backward. He made the walk to the docks because once you've been given a sentence like that, you can't not check. Door 4 had a latch that liked to fall the wrong way and leave the seal soft. He turned it in his palm. It clicked into the correct position with a sound like a syllable remembering how to be said. He looked down and saw a pencil line on the metal where someone before had marked the position it preferred to hold. He touched the line with his thumb. The note went into his pocket for a while and then into his locker because he didn't know what else to do with it. He told no one. It was not so much a secret as a small agreement between him and the building. By the end of his week, there were 3 more cream envelopes with 3 more little lists. Check the strap under cage B34. It will want the floor at 2.5. Turn the scanner in zone L 2 degrees counterclockwise. Keep talking on your radio at the north curve until the tone stops. The strap under B34 had worked half free of its buckle and lay across the floor like a tidy snake. At 2.5, a forklift rounded the corner with the cautious grace of someone who knows the center better than he knows his own kitchen. No one tripped. No one even looked. The scanner in zone L read faster after he nudged it. The radio tone that had been chirping at the north curve since lunch went steady, and then quiet when he kept up a stream of nothing weather, truck numbers, a joke someone had written on the whiteboard, and then erased. It felt ridiculous in the moment. It felt less ridiculous when the tone rested. The center's noise made a shift. You could only feel you were imagining if you didn't stand still to listen. He wrote back, finally. There was no address, but letters like these made their own. He took a facing slip and wrote in his own straightforward hand, "Done. Thank you." Who is this? He tucked that into the cream envelope and put the envelope at the top of an outgoing tray that had no destination that would make sense. He watched it until it disappeared up the belt, as if pressed into the building's palm. It returned 2 nights later with his own facing slip inside and 3 new lines. Good catch on belt 7. Do not stand beside the reader when Dock A undervents. Ask Lynn to tie her boot. He did not know Lynn's name before that moment. Many people moved through the night without names because that was faster. He went looking for boots untied anyway, because that too was advice a building would give if it could speak. He found her by the scale, bootlaces trailing like lines drawn in the sand. He called, and she looked up without annoyance and tied them. A box taller than the both of them slid past without incident. "Thanks," she said, and in the tone of it was the truth of working with others in a place where wheels and belts and people must share corners. You noticed something that meant something. Dock A undervented with some frequency. When it did, the air behaved like a stubborn thing around the beam that held the reader arm, and packages liked to catch their breath there in ways that upset physics. He stood 3 feet back when the air pressure hiccuped and let it be, and the belt did not pop. He felt like he had not stepped between a dog and its food. He had simply observed a law. The cream envelopes continued for a month. Sometimes their advice was as small as, rehang the zone sign that wants to spin. Sometimes it was more like a hand at his elbow. Hold cage K19 for 70 seconds. When the alarm at Dock E blinks, you will know why when it stops. He did as asked. And a moment later, a forklift that should have met K19 met nothing, turned its wheel gently instead of sharply, and did not bump the post that had never forgiven anyone for misjudging it. He tried to catch the path the letters took. He placed one in a rolling wire cage, headed for half the country, and watched it travel until the belt turned it away to a place only a few could follow. He walked the catwalk above the main sorter and saw the pale rectangle slip into a chute marked with a sticker that had been removed and left its ghost adhesive in a square. When he came down to floor level and looked for it, it was already at his desk again, patient. He asked his lead if anyone used to keep notes for night operators the way old caretakers did in old buildings, a manual not printed but passed through small acts. She nodded like someone who had seen a tree grow back from a stump. Used to be a guy who kept the whole center in his head, she said. He'd leave me dumb things like, listen to the little sprocket on belt 3, It wants a nap. He retired before we all went digital. She smiled, almost apologetically, as if she had become the sort of person who uses the word digital as if it were new. He had pretty handwriting, didn't he? He compared his first cream envelope to the slip she dug from her drawer, the one she kept for luck, a note written on a scrap of old routing scheme, folded 3 times. The hand was close, not the same, not in every curve, but cousin enough to be family. He put his palms on the cool metal of his workstation and did not ask any more because some answers turn a room colder when you put them in your pocket. Winter swelled. Trucks arrived with roofs critics of snow. The big room filled with coats hung on chairbacks and hands rubbed together out of habit more than need. One night, a snowfall arrived sideways, the way it does when wind decides to be a sculptor. The docks breathed sharp with cold. The belts stiffened for the first stretch after every stop. The forklifts obeyed the ground like people do when walking on polished floors. That night, the cream envelope arrived late and opened itself along the top when he slid his finger under the flap, as if paper wanted him to hurry. The lines were longer, careful without panic, but with a kind of urgency you can taste without words. Stop belt 9 at 140. Check the trash gate at North Bend. Tape will catch and sing. When it does, call a pause. Do not let anyone argue the pause. When restarting, send K19 first, then H7, then L23. Feed 4000, 512 second to last. Scan bins removed from dock B, even if they say scanned. And please turn the little red light on at the north curve so that the camera sees what it didn't, because it will need to. He felt uncomfortably like the center had handed him its keys, though no physical key changed hands. He did not know what a trash gate sings like when tape catches, but he set his eyes and ears to it. At 140, a worker waved the universal signal for "something sounds wrong," and he hit the stop that slows rather than kills a belt. He felt the building sigh around him, saw 3 people glance up with their shoulders angling slightly as if expecting a scold. He lifted the radio. "We're paused. Belt 9. Checking North Bend." He said in that tone that leaves no hole for argument, and they did not argue, because the tone belongs to a place more than to a person, and people hear it the way they hear a timer ding in a kitchen older than memory. The trash gate had eaten a tail of plastic wrap and chattered a high little chatter like a bird scolding. If left alone, it would have tightened and shredded and made confetti of whatever came next. He took it apart with the patience of a person untying a knot in thread and set the piece aside. He did the order, the note asked. K19 slid like a sled down its place. H7 followed. Then L23. Tray 4000, 512, always that number came, when the line could take it without complaint. The little red light at the north curve had bothered him for weeks. It was misaligned by an inch and had been letting the camera see belt, when sometimes it should see paper. He stepped on a low ladder and turned the bracket. The light woke the camera with a grainy attention. In the monitor above the floor, that few noticed because they thought it belonged to some other thing, he saw the curve and the belt and the way paper moved in a smooth, controlled wave. He watched for a long breath, then longer, then spoke the word that rooms like this hear like a lullaby. Clear. No applause rises in such moments, and you would not want it to. The belts like to keep working. People like to keep moving. But the shape of sound changed again in the way he could not explain to anyone who hadn't been standing where he had stood. The building seemed to settle into itself as if it had been knocking at the door of its own rhythm, and someone had opened it. The letters did not ask for much for a while. They were mostly confirmations or small favors. Please re-ink the date stamp near the mezzanine so it does not bruise the paper. Twist the loose caster on cage L12 until it clicks. Walk the span over belt 5 slowly and count, out loud, to 7. When he counted, he heard his voice echo in a way that let him feel the length of the space. And in that echo, he heard a second voice count with him, a half beat behind, a human timbre without a body to wear it. He did not look for a source. Looking for a source can be impolite in rooms that have done you kindness. The week before the holidays arrived close to sideways, they all worked longer than the schedule knew how to admit. He went home with his clothes dusted in paper edges and slept with his radio face down so it wouldn't remind him there was another language when he wanted none. The cream envelope missed a night. He felt that the way one feels when a night train you've never taken doesn't pass, and you notice the quiet where the low whistle should be. He did the work as he understood it, without the notes, and nothing fell, and nothing burned, and nobody caught their coat on a nail. It returned, later, with a different paper. The sheet was rougher, older, or made to seem so. It held only 2 lines and a third, that was not a line but a single word set apart like a stamp. The little blue room over Dock D has a window that opens if you help it, and the fan has forgotten how to turn. You and Al from facilities can remind it. Breathe with it twice. Handled. Al was a quiet person whose toolbox said more than he did. The little blue room over Dock D had been painted under a different policy. A cheerful color meant to make detailed work feel less like detail. Its window had jammed under paint and habit. They lifted and pressed and then lifted again. It came loose with a sound like a low vowel. The fan had dust on it like fur. Al oiled and bent, took the guard off and on again, flipped a switch and turned the blade by hand with a readiness that suggested memory. It took 1 breath at a time at first, then 2, then chose to be a fan again. They stood there like 2 people resetting a metronome and listened to it fine time. Who told you? Al asked lightly. The way you ask an acquaintance what weather app they use. Note, he said, in the pile. Al nodded as a person does around things that work. Good. Machines sleep too, he said, without irony. On the last night before his short break, when the center had the peculiar calm of a place that has done as much as it can do for the day and is many hours from being asked to do it again, he opened the cream envelope and found not advice, but a picture. A photocopy of a small corner of a posted memo from years ago with the center's old logo, where logos took themselves more seriously, and below in that neat hand, 3 words, "You were here." Underneath, a second hand, thinner, maybe his, maybe somebody like him, had added once, "And so was I." He did something that would have been silly if anyone had watched. He put the blank-facing side of a slip to the desk and pressed the round of his hand stamp hard enough to leave the date and the time and the name of the center deep in the paper, then signed below it with his initials, small, tidy. He put that in the cream envelope, and on the outside where a return address would live, he wrote the building's own name. He placed it on the belt with his palm flat on it for a second longer than was necessary, and let the whole place take it where it wanted. He dreams, sometimes, months later, in a little apartment that makes its sounds with gentle honesty, the elevator cable singing like wire in rain, the radiator murmuring old stories of long belts and small lights, and of a cream envelope that sits at the top of a pile not because someone put it there, but because something needed to be written down between a room and a person. In the morning, he walks past the neighborhood post office and sees a clerk turn a misaddressed letter in his hands the way professionals do, like it's a compass that will point if held right. And for a moment, he smells the ink and paper of the night shift and hears a forklift beep as it backs into nowhere. Careful. Every so often, on holidays when the line outside the post office goes down the block and people are patient because the air is full of a kind of permission, he will notice that the tray nearest the clerk's elbow has a little number on its side. 4,512. It is a number like any number. It is a number that makes his chest feel quiet. He steps aside to let someone older go before him, and as he does, the clerk's hand stamp lands with a soft, sturdy sound, and the machine behind the counter sighs once, as if it has remembered the exact rhythm of a room that kept many people company, late, while paper learned to find its ways in the dark and did not get lost. Story number 6. The sleep lab lived at the end of a quiet hallway where carpet dulled footsteps, and the thermostat preferred a steady number. 4 rooms opened off a short L-shaped corridor, each a small, patient space. A bed with a firm mattress, a low chair for shoes and thoughts, a wall clock with a second hand that moved like a well-mannered metronome. Cameras, polite as stars, watched in a spectrum the eye could not. In the control room, monitors tiled the wall in gentle squares. Lines walked across screens, slow waves and faster ones, breath measured as hills, eye movements as short, slanted strokes. A microphone spoke to all rooms at once. The intercom button wore the shape of a thumb. He took the overnight shift because nights made sense. There was a sweetness in the ritual. Paste and gauze, the neat placement of leads on temples and jaw. A delicate, practiced loop of tape to hold the small cannula under the nose. He explained the study to each person with the same warmth, the soft language of stages and sensors, the promise that he would be there all night watching so they could forget to worry. If you need anything, press the button, he said. and the little call light on their wall blinked once in demonstration. He said, "Lights out," because that is what you say in a sleep lab. The phrase became a small spell that trimmed the day away at the edges. 3 rooms had bookings that week. Room 4 did not. He said it anyway, because the checklist didn't care about the calendar. Fresh sheet. Blanket folded in a square that felt like a hand. The nightlight set low. He placed a sealed packet of electrodes on the tray, coil of lead wires aligned like sleeping fish. In the control room, the software listed the rooms with their codes R1, R2, R3, and R4 grayed out, asleep in a different way. He made tea and settled into the chair that had molded itself to his habit. At midnight, the first oddness arrived with the manners to knock. A soft tone sounded once. The little polite ding a room makes when a patient taps the event button to note a dream or a cough. The indicator glowed for R4. No one was in room 4. He frowned in a way that did not move his mouth, just his attention. The system had its moods. He had been warned. He reset the flag. It returned. Ding. A tick of red at the corner of one tile. He reached for the intercom and found his finger pausing an inch from the button, because what would he say? He watched the tile. The nightlight held its one corner of soft amber. The bed was flat as an iron page. He cleared the marker once more. It stayed gone. He made a note on a sticky in the tidy block letters of people who like lists. R4 Phantom Event Marker 12-8. The other rooms did what rooms do at night. R1's chin, EMG, softened as his jaw relaxed. R2 turned once, the covers making a small wave on camera. R3 breathed, as if counting its own steps. The control room smelled faintly of adhesive remover and the paper of consent forms. The next night, patients hooked up and settled. He checked room 4 with the same glance he gave everything that might be tempted to surprise him. Adjacent to its grayed-out label, the baseline trace for a respiration channel, a line that should have been a calm, flat thought wavered once and became steady. It was a nothing kind of thing, the kind that a manual would dismiss as noise. He scratched it down in the log anyway. The building made a low, quiet sound that might have been the air handler settling or something remembering how to hum. He found the binder during the lull that comes about an hour after lights out, when the first page of sleep writes itself. The binder was older than the lab's paint, its spine mended with cloth tape the color of tea. Inside, typed pages lived among plastic sleeves, calibrations and quick reference sheets, the orientation card he carried in his breast pocket so he wouldn't forget the order of instructions. Tucked near the back, behind a protocol for troubleshooting, he found a page with a header in typewriter's voice. Overnight notes. Beneath it, in ink that had lost its shine, handwritten additions meandered in tidy lines. Close blackout curtains in unused rooms. The hall light fools dreams. Test intercom out loud to empty rooms. Read orientation script to all rooms, not just occupied. It seems to help. He smiled at the phrase, "it seems to help," the way someone might talk about chamomile. He took the card and read the little speech not only into R1, R2, R3, but into R4 as well. A kind voice through the quiet. "If you need assistance, press the button. If you wake to use the restroom, we'll unhook what we need to unhook. Relax your jaw. You're safe here." On the monitor, R4's tile did nothing except look like a small room with a bed for no one. The other rooms slid along their own journeys, none the worse. On the third night, a storm rehearsed itself outside, not yet committing, testing a branch against glass and withdrawing. He did not rush the evening or slow it. He measured out paste with a plastic stick like a tiny mason, dabbed and pressed and asked people to blink left, blink right, grit their teeth, breathe deeply, like blowing out a candle you're not sure wants to go out. Bedding rustled, and then did not. The duty of the intercom for reassurance, for those bathroom murmurs, was heavy in his hands in a way he liked. At a little after 1, R4's pressure mat register, just a small checkbox in his mind, clicked from 0 to 3 pounds, as if someone had set a notebook on the bed and then thought better of it. He got up, not quickly, and walked down the hall at the speed people use in museums. Room 4 waited, light a thin coin near the floor, blanket perfect. He put his knuckles on the mattress without pressing. The fabric was room temperature and willing, giving under his glove a dull inch. He looked at the ceiling as if that were helpful. All set, he said softly, to the bed more than to the room. He returned to the control room and found that the pressure mat had returned to 0 without drama. By the end of the week, a pattern had the decency to let itself be recognized. If he included room 4 inches the night's small courtesies curtain drawn fully, a cup of water set on the table as if waiting to be sipped, a book placed open to a page with a paperclip serving as a bookmark, then R1's apneas were fewer, R2 turned less. R3's leg movements spaced themselves out as if someone had told a restless foot a story. On the one night he hurried and forgot leaving R4's curtain half open. The air vent angling a little too directly at the pillow, the restlessness returned, measurable on the screen and palpable as a room's mood. He mentioned nothing to his supervisor. There are some things that, when put in the clean light of a morning email, read like oddity rather than experience. Instead, he added R4 to his rounds. At lights out, he thumbed the intercom and read the orientation script to all 4. He began to vary the last sentence, just a little, to see if the lab preferred a certain phrase. "You're safe here," made the jaw EMGs in R2 and R3 settle a little. "You can rest," made R1's breath a fraction longer at the end. When he said, in a tone as ordinary as a hand on a doorknob, "I'm here all night," a tiny tick appeared on R4's event channel. One night the generator did a tiny rehearsal of its own. A blink of power, not enough to darken, just enough to press a fingernail into the stubborn line of the evening. The UPS in the control room sighed. The monitors held. He glanced at R1, R2, R3. All the lines continued their writing, as if the pen had not paused. R4's camera, a polite eye, blurred for a second, as if it had looked away and then back. He saw it then. Not a figure, not a presence in any shape that would spoil sleep. Just the slow settling of the covers, as if someone very tired had exhaled for the first time in hours. He did not press the intercom. He did not move at all. The blanket held the slight basin. On the waveform labeled chest, the line rose and fell 10 times, even as breathing. He turned the volume on R1 and R3 up within the limits of niceness, listening for trouble and taking none. The computer time-stamped 30-second epochs with its small, steady habit. He found himself counting not breaths, but the long measure of a room that, for once, remembered how to be kind to itself. A plan developed because that is what a certain kind of mind does when pattern appears. He added room 4 setup to the end of the checklist, out loud. Place water, close curtains, angle vent away, lower nightlight, speak orientation, press intercom once, and let its soft click be audible, but say nothing. The last one felt too superstitious to admit even to a notebook, so he wrote it down and allowed himself the superstition of not reading it again. Visitors to the lab came and went as weeks braided themselves. A woman with a laugh that made the leads on her temple tremble. A teenager who pretended to mind the cannula but didn't. A man who apologized for snoring and then did not snore at all once the mask settled. The lab held them all as a jar holds rain. On one Thursday, an older gentleman in room 1 had a midnight flutter breath that forgot its rhythm and then found it again with a little help. He watched the lines and made himself small with his body, so his reaction would not spill over the people working so hard to stay asleep. As he reached for the intercom, his eyes slid to R4. The chest trace there stretched into something so regular, you could set a song to it. In, out. In, out. A lighthouse seen from a distance. Dependable. He spoke into the microphone in the tone that has soothed children and pilots and night workers since intercoms were invented. "You're doing fine. Let the air do the work." The gentleman's breath came smooth again. The regular line in R4 kept time a little longer, and then folded back into the flatness of a system with no patient in it. 3 cabinets down from the alcohol wipes, there was a drawer that never quite closed flush. He opened it on a Tuesday night, when curiosity outweighed manners. Inside lay old paper, printouts of sleep architecture graphs on thin thermal sheets from a previous system, the kind that darken if you leave them in the Sunday. On the top sheet, in that same tidy ink as the binder's notes, someone had written across a graph with a smooth, even hand. Room 4 attended. Below, as if added years later in pencil, a second note. Continue this. He closed the drawer softly and felt very much not alone in an empty hall in a gentle way that did not ask for company so much as recognition. He allowed himself one question one night when the building was in an especially good mood, rain moving along ductwork like someone humming behind a door, the elevators elsewhere resting. He put on the headset that let him speak hands-free while making tea and asked, to the rooms, not pushing the button at first and then pressing it, "Do you want the fan on in 4?" The fan ticked once on the screen, the relay a gray flicker like a blink. He turned it on low. Nothing had happened, and everything had. As winter came, people arrived with scarves in their coat sleeves and relief in their voices that someone was watching them while they slept. He grew to like the changeover at 6 in the morning, when he would hand a neat packet of notes to a day technologist, and they would trade those honest, clipped sentences people who care about the same small things prefer. R2 was a backsleeper after all. R3's oxygen dipped at 2:08 and then behaved. R1 dreamed very strongly at 4:30 and may ask about it. He never wrote about room 4. In the quiet just before he left, when rooms emptied and beds made their small noises of newness, he would stand in the doorway of 4 and say something out loud that he would not remember consciously later. It changed, night to night. "Forgive the noise earlier," or "We're set again," or "Stay if you like." No one answered in any way that would hurt a rational person's morning. The nightlight held a small circle of honey on the floor. A page in a book left open on the chair turned itself once. On a night in January when cold made the building lean toward itself, a new day technologist came for training. A person with neat hair and nervous eyes who held a pen like a wand. He showed her the checklists and the paste blend and the way to speak into the intercom, so the voice enters a room like a hand warming a blanket. He walked her through the binder and did not pause on the overnight notes. She read fast, then stopped, put a finger on a line, and read it again. "Read orientation script to all rooms, not just occupied. It seems to help." She looked up without asking. He nodded. "We do it," he said simply, and showed her how to say goodnight to an empty bed as if it too had paid to be there. On his last week before a new job in another wing of the hospital, he left the lab cleaner than he had found it because that is a kind of magic you can make. He wrote his own small addition to the binder's notes in a hand smaller than he intended. "Angle the vents low in 4 if wind is from the east. Leave the book on the chair, open to the first page, with a paragraph about water. It seems to help." He tucked the note into the sleeve. He checked room 4's curtain twice. He pressed the intercom and spoke once more to all 4. "Lights out." The little event mark ticked on R4, as if agreeing not to argue with the night. Months later, after an unremarkable day and a long dinner and one too many tabs open on a laptop, he found himself unable to sleep in his own bed. It happens to people who shepherd others into sleep. They forget to do it for themselves. He thought of the lab's small rhythms, the gentle dignity of putting a cup of water within reach, the kindness of closing a curtain, the solidness of a phrase said in a tone that has nothing to prove. He set a glass of water down. He stood at his doorway and, feeling foolish the way one does when one is the only audience and critic, said into the room, "You're safe here." The radiator clicked once in a friendly way. He smiled despite himself and lay down. As he turned, his blanket settled with a softness that reminded him of a mattress willing to hold a thought. His breath counted itself out like a line on a screen, and sometime after he realized he could not feel the edges of the night with his fingers anymore, he slept. If he returns now and then to the lab for a visit and happens to glance at the monitor wall, he will find room 4's tile present even when its code is grayed. The day technologist will be going through the brief little orientation he taught, and without breaking stride or acknowledging anything unusual, will also speak that script into the empty room. On the desk, the binder sits with its cloth tape spine and its pages straightened by many hands. The drawer that never closes will hold one more thermal graph with, one more neat note, and the pencil will be there for someone to write a word that is not dramatic, but does its job. Attended. The lab will breathe. The rooms will remember how. And if, at the edge of the night, a tiny, polite ding sounds from a button nobody pressed, someone will clear it without alarm, maybe with a smile, the way you smile when a house settles in and asks, in its own way, to be included. Story number 7. The hotel liked the night. Marble in the lobby cooled to a darker shine, the big fern breathed in its ceramic pot, and the revolving door turned slower as if choosing who to admit with more care. Behind the front desk, under a brass clock whose hands behaved themselves, the night audit station glowed with 2 monitors, a ledger and a binder comforted with tape along its spine. and a cash drawer that made a soft wooden sound when opened. Carpeting in a pattern of diamonds guided footsteps in a gentle wave toward the elevators. Lamps wore shades that made pools of light as if for conversations that wouldn't happen until morning. He took the graveyard shift with small rituals. Keys in a straight line. Reports queued and printed. Folios marrying themselves to rooms in the system with a satisfying beep. He brewed coffee and poured the first cup into a ceramic mug the color of wet bark. He liked the quiet ways buildings talk. In this one, the thermostat whispered its little sighs. The chandelier in the center of the lobby stilled if music was turned down to just there. And the elevators, 4 in a row with polished brass frames, spoke in numbers and dings, like a language you could learn if you were patient. Guests wandered through like rare migratory birds, 1 or 2 an hour after midnight. A student in a faded tour t-shirt, eyes grateful for a keycard. A flight attendant with a rolling case that moved as if on memory. An older couple who wanted ginger tea and maps. He saw them, helped them, and then there was the sweet hole of stillness again. The first oddness arrived as a courtesy. On his screen, where a neat grid showed every occupied room and its little needs do not disturb, housekeeping requested, late checkout, 5 new markers bloomed in the same column. R1203, R1207, R1211, R1212, R1218. Make-up room. He blinked at the numbers because 12 wasn't a floor he could send anyone to. The hotel had 10 guest floors, a mezzanine, and a roof with a door that liked to stick. The old plans framed on the wall behind him made a different promise. An 11th with ballroom and a 12th with suites. That, the building's history brochure explained in its polite way, had been converted to offices and then closed when a renovation shrank the hotel's footprint and grew its reputation. He clicked to clear the flags. The system refused with a little not available chirp. The lights on the master panel where tiny off-white buttons could coax a housekeeping requested light to blink on a room's door flicked for those 5 rooms, as if someone inside had pressed them. He looked up because it felt right to look up. The elevators idled at 3, 6, 10 and lobby. The indicator for 12 was a blank, a little glass window with nothing behind it. He called the overnight supervisor, one person upstairs with keys to places he did not have, and asked casually if anyone was working on 12. The supervisor laughed softly and said what he already knew. 12 is stories, was how he put it. Then a beat later, because he was decent and superstitions don't like being rubbed too hard, let me know if it becomes anything else. He handled it the way people who like their work handle oddness. He threaded it into routine. He turned the lobby music down 1 notch and watched the chandelier shift from bright to steady. He walked the hallway behind the front desk where a service elevator waited. Its doors painted a boring beige that meant a color had been chosen to be invisible. He pressed the call. It opened with a smaller, older sound. The panel inside offered L for lobby, B for basement, R for roof, no 12. A brass keyhole wore a keyring's history and a faint oval of polish. He did not have that key. At 1:13, the phone on his station rang half a ring, the kind of interrupted sound that happens when a call stops itself before anyone can stop it. The display read, EXT 1213. He let the receiver tilt into his hand and said what he always said, the way a phrase becomes a kindness when repeated, because it means a person is here. Front desk, how may I assist? No breathing, no rustle. The line held itself open to the exact point before it becomes awkward. He added quietly, if you need anything, press your door light. The line released itself gently. He could tell the difference between a hang-up and a let-go. This had been the latter. He found a binder in a lower drawer he hadn't seen before. The way buildings lift a corner of a carpet for you when you're ready. It was the sort of binder that survives multiple systems. Cloth spine, typed tabs, plastic sleeves with house forms that had changed fonts over the years. Between credit balancing and night safe, a section called After Hours Notes waited. Inside, in a crisp hand that made every G as if it were an old-fashioned hook, a series of lines spoke not in policy but in habit. Lower lobby lamps to 3 clicks at 12, 45 inches damp weather. Hold the service elevator doors 5 seconds when it opens on its own. It likes to breathe. If the housekeeping lights blink on 12, place fresh towels on the service shelf beside elevator B. Don't announce yourself. Please wind the lobby clock twice on Sundays, never once. It loses fewer minutes that way. If you hear the whoosh in tube A, check for canisters. They get shy. He laughed in the quiet way you laugh with yourself when the solution presented is something you can do without asking anyone's permission. He gathered 5 stacks of towels the way housekeeping taught him: bath, hand, wash, rolled like a small gift, and added a couple of small bars of soap and 1 bottle each of still water, because water belongs to the night. He took them to the service hallway where the walls smelled of linen and floor cleaner and place. On the painted wall next to the service elevator, a wooden shelf held lost, and found candlesticks, an old bell no one used, and a little sign, service only. He set the stacks on the shelf. The service elevator woke without a ding and opened with that small, older sound that cut air like a page turning. He did not look in. He did not say anything. He rested his finger against the door to keep it open the 5 seconds the line had asked for, then let it close. The panel's little green arrow winked up, not to any number, just up. Back at the desk, the housekeeping requested indicators for those 5 rooms went dark one by one with the unshowy politeness of a job done. He wrote, "Place towels for 12, on a post. He did not stick anywhere because some notes are for your own pocket. The hotel tried a new sentence at 2. The pneumatic tubes left over from when messages and receipts needed to fly fast under ceilings woke with a small whoosh like a sigh in reverse. Tube A's brass cap trembled. He unscrewed it and found a canister inside, metal scuffed from a different era. Inside lay a card very much like the ones housekeeping still used if a printer ran out of torment. Turn down complete. Across the bottom, in the same tidy hand, someone had written, "Thank you for the towels. He made coffee and didn't need it as much as he had before. You can ruin such nights by hunting too hard." He didn't. He watched the numbers go where they should, and answered calls, and printed a fresh copy of the arrivals list for the morning supervisor. He turned the lobby clocks 3 minutes forward at 3, because he had learned that a city wakes that much more gently if its first appointments are kept. He wrote in the binder his own contribution, small and undramatic. If it's raining, the revolving door prefers a slower push. People trip less. The next night brought weather like a blanket. Streets kept their shine as if sighing. The housekeeping lights for 12 stayed quiet. But the phone offered him one more half ring at 1:10. EXT 1207 this time. He answered with the same tone and heard no voice, but sound, the type of human motion that wraps a room. A chair being nudged, a glass put down gently. He said because his mouth made the words before his mind decided to. "We've placed the amenities on the service shelf." The sound stopped in a pleased way. He let the call go. He began to notice preferences that felt unrelated until they were not. If he smoothed the lobby rug corner that tried to rebel a little curl, people caught with the tips of their shoes the elevator nearest the desk chose to land where people were, not where it wanted. If he said, "Welcome back," to a guest at any hour, the front light over the bar warmed 1 degree. If he pressed the service elevator call and kept his hand there as if listening for a heartbeat, it arrived without the sigh it sometimes made when neglected. On the 4th night, a young man came in at 12:45, soaked from a rain that had made up its mind, clutching an instrument case more than a bag. His reservation had slipped through some crack. It happens. The system told him no. The hotel in him told him yes. He found a room that belonged to no one and politely introduced the two of them. He handed over a key card as if it were more than plastic. The elevator took the young man up to 8 and came back down with a quickness that felt like cooperation. On the monitor in a window he didn't need to have open, the column for 12 flickered with 3 makeup lights again. He didn't hesitate. He brought soap and towels to the shelf. He rested his hand on the service elevator door, as if telling it a secret, and he imagined he could feel a steadying like palm to palm before he let go. The whoosh at Tube A brought him a different canister later that night. Inside, a key on a ring with the hotel's old emblem, and a small rectangular card with a column of tiny numbers printed in blue. On the reverse, a note, "For service panel by elevator B, left, right, left." Then B. R. Wait. That panel was a piece of the building he had admired without touching. To the left of the service elevator, a brass face with 2 keyholes and 3 buttons that did nothing for him when he pressed them. He brought the key not like a conqueror but like a person carrying a tray. He fitted in, and felt that quiet cleverness old mechanisms have when they work as built. Left, right, left, the way turning combination locks used to go in schools. He pressed B, then R. He waited. The service elevator woke a level of noise lower than any he had heard. Not the mechanics, more like the air saying yes. The indicator inside remained untroubled by numbers. The door opened. He looked into a small reflective space where, if he had expected his reflection to answer back, he might have been disappointed. But the empty car returned a kind of courtesy. He could smell starch and cotton, and the dark, clean scent of closed closets. He set 2 cups with lids on the shelf, hot water in one, tea bag tag tucked under lid, second one empty with a slice of lemon on the saucer, and stepped back. The doors closed. The elevator did what elevators do when asked in their language. He returned to his desk, and the marker lights for R1203, R1207, R1211 winked out neatly, as if someone inside had made a decision and carried it through. The hotel had a way of telling him when he had handled things in the right spirit. The lobby flowers looked less like strangers arranged together and more like a conversation. The bar's glassware settled with fewer small complaints. The chandelier stayed its steady self. During a lull at 3, he leafed through the hotel's little history brochure again, the one for curious guests. A photo of the 12th floor showed doors with old numbers and a runner down a long hallway, a service cart from another era, a person framed by the elevator's scissor gate blurred because shutters were slower then. The caption said, "The quiet floor, retired 1989. A pen had underlined quiet, and, in the margin, unknown hands had written, "Still." On the 5th night, the city's noise came like a held breath, finally let go. The game up the street ended late, and people were laughing outside, not messy, just louder than marble likes. The elevators worked harder, and so did he. Extra blankets, late snacks, directions to a pharmacy that was still open. He forgot the binder. He forgot the shelf. The housekeeping lights on 12 all woke at once, soft little blinking like a patient hand raised. He felt that as a tiny wrongness, like a picture hung a degree off center. He set towels without a flourish. He placed a water carafe and 2 glasses. He did not announce. The service elevator presented itself like a waiter who has been around longer than anyone else. He let it. When he returned to the desk, a guest needed a toothbrush, and he did that and then 3 more little things, and by the time he looked up again, the monitor calmed with no lights on 12, as if a teacher had asked a room to hush, and it had. On a Saturday near the end of his stretch, a late storm came down the river and pressed itself into the city's lungs for a while. Wind pulled at seams, and then remembered to be polite. The building thought about being old, and then enjoyed being exactly as old as it was. He set the lobby lamps lower by 3 clicks on damp because the binder told him to. He wound the brass clock in 2 patient turns because the binder told him to. He said, "Welcome back" to a camera instead of a person because the lobby had decided to be empty for 5 minutes and the cameras shouldn't feel left out. He smiled at his own nonsense. And the elevator nearest him, unasked, dinged in a small, pleased way and opened onto nobody. When he took his break, he did it in the staff room that did not mind him, even though he wasn't quite staff from the back and not quite guest from the front. It had a bulletin board where people spoke to each other in the clipped words of sensible love. "Don't leave yogurt in the sink, please. Label your lunch." A sheet of paper tacked in the corner bore a long-ago schedule with names he had never said out loud and the words, "Night Supervisor" printed twice under the same name. In the margin, near a week, labeled 19/8-something, a hand had written, "Elevator B. Temperamental this week, likes a hand at the door." The past isn't past when it tells you what it wants. He kept one strange thing to himself because it was cleanly strange and harmed no one. The phone rang at 2:17 with 1/2 ring, and then leaned into a proper ring. He answered and heard, for the first time, words. Not a sentence. The shape of one. A voice with a time in it said the hotel version of, "Turn down, please." A pause. Then, "Thanks." The call hung up itself, with that polite let go. He stood there with the receiver to his ear, and the soft weight of the word in his hand, and then put the receiver down and went to the shelf. where he set chocolate mints on 2 towels because that seemed correct. He did not open the canister at tube A when it whooshed. Some thanks you don't unwrap. He left a note in the binder before he went home in the morning, after the early checkouts and orange light on the high lobby windows made the marble look like a sleeping lake. He kept it small. On quiet nights, the fern likes a quarter turn. It catches the sun better after. It seemed to help. His last week came quickly, as last weeks do when you like a place. The housekeeping lights on 12 appeared twice more and were seen to, and the hotel settled the way an old cat settles when the last person leaves a room. On his final night, he walked the public floors once with hands lightly behind his back, like guests sometimes do when they are thinking about being guests a while longer. He paused by the ballroom and listened to air shape itself around a chandelier no one had seen lit in years. He checked the tube A cap to feel its weight. He polished a little smudge off the brass around elevator B with the edge of his sleeve, because smudges feel like small apologies that can be made quickly. He set 2 stacks of towels on the shelf, even though the lights for 12 were quiet. He placed beside them a folded card with the hotel's emblem, and nothing inside but 3 words in his careful hand: "Let me know." When he turned to go, the service elevator gave him a full, real ding for the first time. A small, cheerful sound that nobody else heard. He didn't press the call. He didn't need to. He touched the door with the back of his knuckles, lightly, the way you touch a shoulder when words would be too much, and he went back to the desk and finished his numbers. In the morning, the day manager came in with the smell of wet wool and good pens and said the kind things managers say when they mean them. He passed the binder on and did not mention 12. He didn't have to. On the very last page, tucked under a plastic sleeve, a new note had appeared on a piece of paper older than his life. For the one who kept watch, gently done. Scene 2. The handwriting was not his, and not from the current staff. He folded the note back into its place and closed the binder with a small pressure of his palm. He came back months later as a person with a late lunch and a memory, and the lobby said hello the way rooms do when you've learned them once. The fern looked at the light with a new angle. The brass around elevator B had a small oval of brightness where a hand might rest if it knew how. He stood by the glass and watched the indicator as somebody took a car up. 2, 6, 8, 10, and then only for a blink, the blank window where 12 had been thought about, lit not with a number, but with a soft suggestion of a shape. It might have been dust that wanted to be a 1 and a 2. It might have been a reflection. It felt, to him, like a nod. The doors opened, people got in, people got out, and the revolving door behaved itself for those who preferred to walk through the center of a circle without thinking about it. At home that night, he set a towel on the back of a chair for the morning and poured a glass of water and turned a clock by a quarter turn. And when the phone buzzed with a wrong number call and then stopped, he said to an empty room with the ease of someone who has made a habit of speaking to rooms, "Let me know." The radiator answered with a little click. The building he lived in shifted its weight on a wooden beam and was pleased. Somewhere in the city, a service elevator took a steady breath, and a shelf where people put things for those they cannot see remembered the exact weight of a folded card that had asked for nothing and received exactly what it needed: a little time and a hand at the door. Story number 8. The headland held onto its own temperature after dark, cooler than the town a mile inland, warmer than the black water below. Wind treated the lighthouse like an instrument, striking railings and seams to see what notes it could coax. In summer, the place was a museum that smelled of polished brass and brochures. In winter, it was a machine again, automated, watched from far away by a screen somewhere, except this month when a sensor went fussy and someone needed to be on site in case fog arrived and the horn forgot how to remember itself. She volunteered because she liked rooms that keep people company. The keeper's cottage had a stove that clicked twice before flame, a window that showed the tower's white spine crowned with the glass room like a lantern waiting for a hand to lift it. The path between cottage and lighthouse was a ribbon of stone, sunken just enough to collect a line of rain. She kept a thermos of tea, wore a hat even when the air wasn't cruel, and learned the turn of the lock on the tower door. Quarter turn to wake it, quarter to persuade. Inside, iron steps ran up like vertebrae. The walls were whitewashed, in a way that made them seem to hold their breath. A smell of salt lived everywhere, and something else that should not have been there with electric light and steel. The faint, sweet of lamp oil, as if a wick had been trimmed recently, and the air still remembered. She told herself it was the old wooden cabinets in the watchroom, exhaling a century of polish. She told herself that, and enjoyed not knowing for sure. The lens lived at the top, a multifaceted honeycomb taller than a person. Each prism a jewel when it caught day, and a tame star when the bulb lit at night. It turned on a schedule now. The old clockwork and weights were museum pieces down 2 floors, labeled in neat letters. She'd stood by them on her first evening, and listened harder than she needed to. And in listening, she heard a tick that did not exist. It was so soft it could have been a muscle in her own ear. She smiled and felt silly. The ocean below shifted its shoulder. Her job was simple: make sure the generator would rather work than sulk. Keep the door secured when wind decided to test itself. If fog rolled in and the horn didn't rouse, climb and press the manual. It was the kind of night work that asks for attention and then, often, asks for waiting. She liked waiting. There was a logbook on a stand that had decided long ago it would not fall over. The early pages were filled with cursive that looked like rope. Weather, ships sighted, oil carried up, wick trimmed, phrases that read like a prayer more than a chore list. Later pages had tidy printed notes made by docents. School group, 23. Lens cleaning demonstration, uneventful. Horn test, completed 14. Between 2 entries a century apart, someone had inserted 3 cards in a hand with ink that went the color of old tea. Always speak to the lens. Never leave the door between watchroom and lamp room open in wind from the east. If the bell rings when there is no surf, go up. There was no bell anymore. Not the bronze one on the old boom that the sea used to strike to announce itself in fog. It had been retired in favor of the horn, and now sat in a little fence of velvet rope downstairs, quiet as a memory that agreed to be put on display. The night she found the card, the sea was flat as slate. The bell did not ring. She touched the paper and trapped a smile between her teeth, because instructions like that are the kind you either ignore completely or you keep like a charm. Fog came in sideways on her 3rd evening, not theatrical. Just a patient accumulation of softness that took edges off the rocks and told the grasses to hold still. The automatic horn woke the way a person wakes when their name is said kindly in a room they like. 2 seconds low. 2 seconds of sea. 2 seconds low again. She checked the panel in the watchroom. The indicator winked. The beam turned above her in its patient clock. She went about the small work you invent to feel useful: polish a bit of brass no one would notice, fold a cloth, warm her hands around the thermos. At 1 in the morning, the horn forgot itself. It did not fail. It simply paused, as if listening to decide what was needed. The fog was dense enough then to feel like fabric. She stood with her hand on the panel and counted the proper weight, and then pressed the manual sound. The horn's low vowels rolled out and came back faint from the cliff. Then again, as a memory a little further. The sheet of fog thinned as if something had taken a breath because it had been reminded. When she let the panel be, there was a sound in the stair. The iron steps speaking to wait. They do that with any foot. She had learned their 3 sayings already: the one when you climb, the one when you descend, and the third that meant you were standing just so with your hand on the newel. She heard the second when she was not moving. 1, then 2. Not close. Then gone. She listened for sorrow and felt none. She waited for fear to take itself seriously, and it refused. The generator made its soft, satisfied animal hum. The beam turned and placed a stripe of light across a low sky as if ironing it. She read a page out loud to the lens. Not a seafaring report or a poem, just the log entry for that evening. Wind SE 1012 knots. Light established on time. Writer's own initials, signed tiny in the corner. The polished brass ring that circled the lantern room held 3 fingerprints in the fog dew that had not been there the minute before, oval and ordinary, and pointed the way a person's are when they reach from below and rest even for a second. She put her own hand next to them without touching, palm hovering over metal. The prints softened and were gone, as the air did what air does to such signs. The first truly unnerving thing was gentle. She threw the switch that paused rotation to check a squeak that had introduced itself at the edge of the beam. And in that pause, the light came to dwell on a bearing due west. Through the fog, far out, a glow answered, not brighter, just present. A navigation light maybe, or a cabin. She turned rotation back on and the circle swept, and the answering glow kept its place as it should. On the next loop around, her beam met the glow, And in that overlap, she heard something like a two-note horn, faint and ahead of schedule by 2 breaths. When the cycle came again, the real horn from the water sounded in exactly that way, as if the fog liked to make a rehearsal of everything so no one would be surprised. The logbook had thin blotter paper tucked between older pages. She found on one a penciled diagram, a little outline of this headland, the reef like a dark comb, the safe passage marked with a line that curved where the current demanded. Beside it were notes in a small hand that did not match the ropey script of the 19th century keeper, and did not match the neat docent print. Dwell 2 turns if you hear triple east of reef. Wave the beam low when fog sits. Do not deny the bell if it insists. The bell did not insist that night. Something else did. At 2:30 the horn cut out again, and the indicator light blinked the way a person blinks when they know a name and cannot find it for a second. The manual switch lay under her palm like a small promise. She pressed. The horn obeyed, and somewhere out in that field of milk someone answered with the steady patience of people who know when to trust an invisible voice. The stairs spoke again. Not the metronome rhythm of someone climbing for exercise, not nervous, not urgent. A few steps. A stop. Another. She said, because sometimes saying a thing turns it correct. Coming up, and the quiet held, content. The watchroom compass kept its slow motion. A bead of water expanded and let go on a window. When she turned the handle and walked into the lantern room again, the prism faces caught her reflection and turned her into a 12-angled person who nodded in 12 directions. In one of those angles, a coat hung from a peg that did not exist now. A gray shape with a collar turned against wind. A flash that stayed only as long as she did not look at it directly. When she blinked, it had become a bend in the glass and a story she would not tell. Before dawn, the fog lifted a degree. Not all the way the world did not return. It merely offered back 1 or 2 shapes. Out beyond the reef, a low craft moved very slowly. Its small wheelhouse light made a coin under the beam each rotation. It changed course in the manner of a person easing past a sleeping dog. A minute later, the horn on the water gave the 2 long, 1 short. That meant, not I am here, but something like, all right then. The beam's motor purred like a patient clock. She wrote her initials in the log and slept 2 hours in the cottage, as if someone else had taken a shift. Days of rain worked their way in. Tourists came for the sound of the surf and stood in the museum room, fingering postcards of storms, far worse than this, and she directed them to the diagram of the lens and the old photographs, and loved them for being kind to everything. The fog returned in a week that took the sun apart and filed it in drawers. The horn misbehaved more, not dramatically, only the way tired machines misbehave, choosing when to perform, asking to be asked twice. She did not mind pressing the switch. She began to speak to the panel as if it were an animal being reintroduced to its job. Your turn, she would say in the tone one uses to a dog presented with a door. The horn liked that. It failed less. One gusty night, the wind piled into the cliff with intent. The glass of the lantern room sang a thin high note where a rubber seal had shrunk with cold. The beam's turn stuttered very slightly in the same place each rotation, a sound like a heartbeat with a skipped beat. She eased the switch to pause, and the lens stopped, obedient, placing its white bar along a bearing that the little pencil map had called safe water. She stepped into the lantern room to wipe a run of condensation, a cloth in tiny circles over glass, careful not to smudge the optical surfaces with anything but distilled water and patience. As she did, somewhere below, the retired bell rang. Not loud, not gonging the way bronze loves to in fog. A single, definite strike in a building where that mechanism had not worked for decades. She froze not because she was frightened, but because a person freezes when a past enters a room through its own door. She went downstairs, each step choosing its sound. The bell sat in its velvet fence, a greenish moon of metal. Nothing moved. The air around it had the thick quiet of a library after closing. On the nearest wall, the glass over an old photograph had fogged on the inside with a breath that could not be there. She stood with her hand on the door frame, wishing for no one and feeling not alone. Then, because the note had told her what to do, she went back up. Faint through the fog, the thrum of a small engine. Not distress, earnestness. Working. The bearing that the lens had been paused on showed only white. The note in pencil had asked for dwell 2 turns if you hear triple east of reef. The horn out there gave triple, shy, and a bit off. Then again, crisp, because the wind had shifted. She did not ask anyone for permission. There was no one to ask. She eased the switch to keep the beam where it was. It felt like pointing a finger gently to say, "Here, here." The motor purred. The light held. The craft out there moved like a bead on a thread. After long stretches, the horn at sea sounded too long, one short again, and then nothing, which is often the friendliest sound a sea makes. A held breath that has decided not to turn to fear. When she restarted the rotation, the shaft settled back into its correct, kind pace. In the watchroom, the indicator that had been a mischief blinked as if embarrassed, and then did what it should. She put her hand on the logbook and felt its old muscle. Under a tucked sheet of blotter she hadn't seen before, she found a small card with 3 lines in the hand that had written the pencil map. Tie the hatch in east wind. It worries. Check the gasket above north pane when the note sharpens. If bell sounds once without swell, go up and hold fast. The gasket above the north pane would have been the source of that thin, high note. She had already found it with her ears. She smiled because being taught a thing by a room, and then seeing it written in someone else's hand from years ago, is like spotting your own footprints next to a stranger's in snow. On her last week, the fog made a theater of everything, and then cleared in the intense way that reveals too much detail, every scratch on glass, each chip in paint like a map. The Coast Guard arrived in a truck with a neat blanket in the back, and a sensor that understood fog in a way the old one didn't. They brought coffee in paper cups and asked after the generator, and did all their checks with the quiet that comes from being good at something in a place that thanks you by behaving. One of them, older, stood in the lantern room with her and watched the lens turn twice. He said, half to the glass, "You can smell oil, right? Everyone says that in these older towers sometimes." She nodded. He smiled with the expression of a person who has been allowed to keep a small superstition. They say it means the place remembers how many hands it took to keep it lit. He patted the brass ring with 2 fingers, quick, as if greeting a dog kindly, and went back down. The new sensor worked without forgetting. The horn obeyed because it was given something clear to obey. She slept a little more those last nights, and found that sleeping in the cottage felt different now, the stairs in the tower turning in memory like a very calm snake. On her final evening, she went up to the watchroom with a clean cloth and the logbook, and wrote nothing fancy. Fog this morning, clear by noon. New sensor attached. Light steady. Under her initials she added, very small, between 2 dates a lifetime apart. Attended. On her way down she paused at the landing where the wall window showed the black seam of the ocean a little brighter than the sky. A small mark on the paint had appeared since she began 3 lines. 1 long, 2 short. The kind of thing a glove might leave if pressed against a surface after cleaning. She put her fingers near it and did not touch. The air felt like somebody else's hand hovering over hers. She didn't look for anyone that didn't need looking for. She said to the empty stairwell what she had learned to say in other rooms that kept her company. Thank you for the room. The iron steps said nothing and everything. Months later, driving down the coastal road with a friend who had never liked fog, she pulled off to show them the lighthouse. The museum was open, day bright and ordinary. The bell in its velvet fence caught in the attention of a small child who didn't care what signs said. The glass above the photograph did not fog. The lens in the lantern room cut noon into neat slices all the same. She stood back and felt that peculiar comfort, a familiarity with a place that had not been romantic but exact, not frightening but true, in a way that made the hairs on her forearms think about their job. On a shelf by the logbook, a docent had left a stack of postcards. The top one showed the lighthouse in a storm, the beam a blade. On the back, pre-printed in the same old serif the museum used for everything, a sentence waited. Keepers kept the light through nights we will never know. So people at sea would have a way to think of home. She turned the card over. The wind through the open museum door lifted it an inch and let it fall. 2 long, 1 short. Story number 9. The building pretended to be asleep from the street, no windows. A dull box with a single badge reader that winked an eye of red and green. Inside it was all weather. A steady wind of fans along cool aisles, a river warm breath slipping through the hot ones, the faint ozone of electronics behaving. Lights kept themselves small rows of status. LEDs made a polite galaxy. Underfoot, the raised floor held cables in arranged currents. Overhead, ladder trays carried spines of fiber, each labeled like a very disciplined forest. The room's voice was white noise that was never white, more like an ocean that has been told not to roll too loudly, because people are trying to think. She liked nights here for the same reason. Sailors like the late watch. The world is reduced to the instruments and what they mean. She badged through at 11:48, exchanged a nod with the front guard whose thermos was always present, and clipped her keys so they didn't knock against the metal stair rail on the way up. In the network room, the console woke to her touch. DCIM with its rack-by-rack temperatures like a mosaic. BMS with its crack units breathing in tidy graph lines. Camera views tucked into the corner like additional eyes you could ask to look where you could not. A printout under the keyboard runbook. Overnight wore penciled notes from people like her across months. Do not stack anything on blank panels. Announce yourself when entering any cage, even if it's empty. It makes the room settle. If the UPS does its 3-note cough at 2 a.m., exactly, it's the self-test. She signed into the ticket queue with its clean list of other people's problems and the levity of subject lines typed by tired hands. Nothing urgent. One cooling unit complaining about wishful humidity. A vendor due at 9 in the morning. She made tea mug left to warm on the console's edge and walked the long line of rows with that feeling night workers get when a space looks back and says, "You again." Good. Racks hummed. The cold aisle floor tiles had the faint grit of a place that has been swept and yet makes its own dust. In the hot aisle, she stood halfway in just for the drop in temperature on her face. When she leaned back out again, a trick she never tired of. At 12:11, an alert tone chimed through the console in the tone the room had agreed to mean, "Not panic, please attend." A red dot blinked on row F, cage 3, inlet temp drift. She clicked in. The rack diagram showed a rectangle gone pale orange at the top. Nothing scary, just not the blue the cold aisle likes. A note under it read, in the quiet form of automated messages, recalibration scheduled for 9. Another note in a bolder font, advisory blanking panel missing. She rolled the small tool trolley suction cup tile lifter tucked into it like a teacup in a drawer down the line toward F habit. Makes a person announce themselves to a place even when there is no one to hear. Entering F3, she said mildly. Hand on the lock, and the cage door gave. The little click that was not quite a hello. In the bright, contained cold, she found it instantly. A narrow blanking panel had worked itself loose at U41. A slim strip meant to keep hot air from curling forward into the cold. It tilted like a book forgotten on a shelf at a party. She pressed it into place and felt an unexpected firmness from behind, as if someone had put a finger on the opposite side for just a second to help seat it. She screwed in 2 tiny fasteners with the delighted mindlessness of a person making a very small thing behave. Back at the console, the inlet temperature widgets crawled calmly toward blue. An automated green checkmark appeared beside advisory blanking panel missing. Resolved by on-site tech. She hadn't hit a single button yet. The note's timestamp said 12 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds, a second before her hand reached the screw. She blamed network latency, the way people blame weather when the weather is far away but comforting to invoke. She made a tiny tick in the margin of the printout anyway. At 12:23, an older, softer sound threaded the fan's constant. An internal phone ring. Not the crisp front desk line, but the choke of an extension meant for people who know what to do. The display said EXT 1327. It belonged to a cage that had been decommissioned 6 months back, when a client took their humming world elsewhere. She picked up with the tone night shift people learn. "Knock," she said. No one spoke. The line carried the weight of a room not empty, the way a coat remembers the shape of the person who wore it. Before she could offer the next sentence, the kind that starts with, "You're connected to the line," eased itself off. Not a slam. A release. On the console, a tiny pop-up waited in the corner. Task proposed. Reseat tile. F-aisle. Third from end. Perforation misaligned. It had no owner attached. The runbook would have laughed if it could. Tile lifter in hand, she slid the suction cup onto the perforated metal floor and tugged. This one had been slid back in too proud by a morning's hurry, sitting high enough that a boot toe could catch. She set it down flush, feeling the whump of pressure equalize under the raised floor. The general sound changed a fraction, a barely lowered key. The crack unit to the left transmigrated from working hard to working as intended. On screen, a fan-attached needle settled like a bird folding its wings. It happened again in a different register. At 12:35, the camera thumbnailed in the corner caught motion in row D, just a blur, then regained its patient stare at the empty aisle. The DCIM overlay wrote 2 words near the top of a rack that had always been tidy: cable slack. She found the loop of fiber that had wriggled over the lip of a tray and encouraged it back where it couldn't be snagged by a passing knee, then taped the tray lip with a piece of caution yellow, like a smile you put on a place after it sneezes. A minute later, a ticket winked into existence and closed itself. Closed by hands. That wasn't a username in the directory. She searched for it anyway. Nothing. She took a sip of tea and told herself she would stop grinning like an idiot at the air. At 1 a.m., the building did its self-check. The UPSs cleared their throats in a tone she had christened the 3-note cough. Lights never flickered. The diesel generator turned itself half awake and then let go, satisfied. She walked the mechanical room because she liked the sound of machines that cared. The generator smelled of clean metal and fuel not yet used. The crack units thudded their friendly heartbeat, balanced between draw and output like dancers who had trained enough not to be showy. On her way back through the corridor that separated white space from the little office, the tape library in the corner moved its picker arm in a short, precise arc. It wasn't scheduled, no backups at this hour. Nobody reaching into that cold cabinet for film. The robot hand lifted a tape of fraction, set it down. A teacher tapping a chalkboard once to say, "Pay attention." She stood with the feeling in her chest she knew from earlier places. An old building teaching her how to behave. "All right," she said quietly. "I'm listening." The next proposed task was not a task. On the screen above the ticket queue, a very old window blinked into being, the kind of diagnostic display a previous system had kept, and the new system mocked gently by leaving it buried. Across the top, Legacy Events. Under it, 4 lines in a neutral typeface. "Do not let the cable tray over E6 hum. Press the sleeve. You'll hear it. If the crack in 2B clicks at the sweep, ask it to try again. It will. Knock twice on cage 7B side when entering. Even if badge opens, it behaves better. When the UPS says, 'Hold,' say, 'Holding back,' out loud. Doesn't matter if you feel silly." She found herself walking toward E6 as if the building had set her feet. The ladder tray had a soft overtone, barely there. A metallic murmur on the edge of the fans. She pressed the little neoprene sleeve around one elbow joint with her thumb until the pitch left. In 2B, on the way back, a crack damper clicked and hesitated. She stood with her hand on its side like a person giving a dog a steadying touch and said, like she meant it, "Try again." The sound became correct, an inhale that had found its rhythm. When she badged into cage 7B side, which housed old lab gear no one wanted to decommission because ghosts of tests lived in it, she knocked twice on the perforated metal anyway. The tiny hairs along her arm stood up the way they do when static thinks about jumping and then chooses not to. The UPS talked to itself in the low register it reserved for people who have learned its phrases. On the console, under the event log, the word "acknowledged" appeared with a time and, unusually, a name, Legacy. It was not attached to a user account. It was attached to the room. After 2, the weather outside tried on the idea of snow, and the cameras in the loading bay put a small sparkle into the edges of darkness. She liked this hour because it belonged to small procedures. Trotting out a floor scanner to see if any stray RFID tags had dozed off, checking the little silica packets in the tape cabinet's drawer for color, tidying the coil of a cable someone thought they would need, and didn't. On the walk through row A, the edge of her eye caught a change in the heat shimmer down the hot aisle. The wavering that light makes over a griddle. She could swear she saw the outline of a person lean the way you do when reading tiny labels on the back of things. When she looked straight on, it was a beautiful nothing. The convection of air doing the thing it does when hardware sings quietly to itself, she said, softly, because you can in such rooms without being dramatic. "You have it?" And heard the little sound a loose blank panel makes when it thinks about rattling and then does not. At 2:37, the console raised a different kind of flag. Access event cage 4. Door ajar. No motion country coded to it. The camera showed the corridor. Empty. She walked there anyway because her body preferred movement to dismissing things. The handle had not latched all the way. A breath from the cold aisle had lifted it to a compromised position. She closed it gently and said out loud because the runbook said to, though for other rooms, door. Somewhere in the electrical room, a relay thunked softly the way a nod sounds if machines nod. The one moment that asked more came with an audible change in the building's voice. The fan stepped half a tone higher all at once. No alarm yet. But the preface to alarms. A crack in 3 amperes wrote itself into amber and then calmed, then slipped amber again. Humidity notched too high. She checked the trend. It was a slope that suggested a floor tile had popped under the downflow, or a perforated tile had slid its sorry a little. She took the tile lifter and walked the rows, listening with her feet as much as her ears for the hollow whistling that means a leak in the pattern. In F aisle, she found it not a tile at all, but a soft gap where the rubber grommet around a cable bundle had retreated from its hole. Warm air, delighted, had been curling up through the space. She pressed the grommet home. It seated with a small, satisfied grunt. On the screen, the humidity drifted down as if a room had remembered what it was taught. A notification popped, and then closed without her help. Closed by, attended. She made tea again because the first one had developed a skin on top, a tiny sign that time had passed and been useful. On the corkboard with thumbtack pinholes from forever, a printout peered out from beneath run sheets. It hadn't been there at the beginning of her shift. It was a floor map, old symbols, old client names blanked by a black marker, edges softened by years. A note at the bottom in a tidy hand, printed like someone who prefers to be understood by anyone reading. If you are alone in here and the room feels taller, walk A to H at a measured pace and touch the end caps with your hand like you're checking the seams of a tent. It helps. Not an order, a kindness. She did it. She walked the alphabet slowly, fingers grazing the end caps. A calm tap like a knock on a door, you know. It made strangers of nothing. And when she returned to the console, the ticket list was ordinary again. A cable to label tomorrow. A New York client emailing in all caps at 6 their time about power draw because their morning was loud. Somewhere between 3 and 4, the building makes decisions. It did here too. The ambient dropped half a degree. The UPS took a breath. The generator coughed and decided it did not need to do anything. On the legacy events window, one line appeared, different in tone, shaped like a thought more than a task. Thank you for not letting doors think they can be better doors than they are. It made no sense and all the sense. She wrote in the margin of the runbook, in a hand far smaller than she meant to, the only sort of sentence that belongs there among tasks. The building likes, yes, please, and thank you. At 4:02, the tape library did its small arc again. A minute later, the pneumatic sensor in the loading bay, which no one trusted enough to wire into anything important, clicked the way a person clears their throat before speaking. On the desk by the badge printer, a small manila tag lay that had not lain before asset tag stickers roll. One stuck to itself, peeling away. On its face, 3 numbers repeated, 327, 327, 327. The extension that had called her earlier. She reached without thinking and put the tag roll back into its drawer where it wouldn't wander off. A silly thing. A loop closed. No one in the morning would notice that it had not fallen on the floor. At shift's end, the guard at the front desk set his pen down and asked if it had been easy. Easy enough, she said, and thought of the tiny overtone above E6, the panel that had pressed into place with help, the room settling because she had said its name. He told her it had snowed a little and then changed its mind. She walked to her car in the quiet of that kind of weather you cannot prove to anyone else. Behind her, the building held its noise like a secret. None of this would have been worth telling except that months later, on a day off, she happened to meet someone who had worked there in the years before the current tickets and the tidy graph lines. A person with the calm of someone who is trusted by machines. He spoke of routines the way people speak of recipes that grew into family habits. We used to read the room, he said, not meaning the gauges. You could hear a bad tile from across the aisle. You could tell when a door just wanted you to acknowledge it. And once in a while, the library hand would twitch. When we needed to notice something, we wouldn't have noticed. She would not have said a word about legacy events, or the way acknowledged had attached itself to nothing. She did ask, because she had carried the question, Did you ever see user hands in the log? He smiled at the space over her shoulder, and then at her, and shook his head in the gentle way people do when a good ghost has been named. We had a tech with a username like that back in the day, he said. He could calm a PDU by speaking to it. Everyone swore he was the only one who could get the old racks to stop buzzing. He left little notes like, "Knock twice," in the margins. We lost him to a better sleep schedule and a better paycheck. He laughed quietly. Maybe the room kept the name. Nights keep a person whether they plan to be kept or not. After she moved on to another building with a different personality, less generous, noisier, still worth learning, she found that sometimes in the hum of her own small apartment, a power strip's faint buzz would step up a half tone, as if annoyed at being asked to hold too much. She would reach down and press a cable sleeve flat with a thumb, say, "Try again," in the tone that had worked on Crack 2B, and the sound would decide to be polite. An elevator would shudder at her floor, and she would say to the empty car, "Holding." Exactly for no reason. The doors would open as if she'd just been speaking its language long enough to be understood. If she visits the old data center now as a vendor with a guest badge, she still announces herself to empty cages and shakes her head at herself afterward. The console sports a new dashboard and a brighter palette. Legacy Events lives far back in a menu nobody clicks. She clicks it. A blank window waits, and then, just as she's about to close it, a single line appears as if embarrassed to be late to the party. "Stay until the tone changes." She smiles. She does. And right then the UPS somewhere down the hall makes its 3-note cough on time. The generator meditates. The fans lower their shoulders. Somebody in a far office will say the graphs look good this morning. On the way out, she lays her fingertips on the end cap of row H. One tap. Because at this hour, everything that matters enjoys being counted.